Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Guards Selection Meeting. Chapter 161, Guards Selection Meeting. Two figures passed through the blue fog and layers of confusion. They stood on the boundless sea like immortals. One of them was wearing a gray robe, had a big belly, and was barefooted. However, his feet were as big as a basin. A wine gourd hung from his waist. The other person had a delicate and pretty appearance, similar to Di Wu Zhang's beauty. However, he gave off the feeling that he was hiding a knife in his show. It was dangerous, like a poisonous snake. In his hand, he held a flower of 10 colors and placed it on his nose, intoxicated. I've returned to the familiar Tian Yuan continent. However, these ants probably don't remember my domineering name anymore. Don't you think so, Yin Jiufeng? The barefoot emperor looked at Yin Jiufeng. When he saw a gust of wind blowing past, he subconsciously moved further away. Yin Jiufeng was a famous poison emperor. That 10-colored petal was extremely dangerous. I want to return to my holy land first to pay my respects to the ancient people. At the same time, one want to see where those juniors have fallen to. After Yin Jiufeng finished speaking, he disappeared like a light ghost. This person is like a sissy. The barefoot emperor watched Yin Jiufeng leave. He picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a sip. Then he said to the void, "Don't worry, the barefoot emperor, will keep my word. I'll help you kill that person." In the courtyard, Lin Ruomiao woke up, but her eyes were empty and her mind was distracted. She sat in the room as if she had lost her mind. He only muttered, "Why?" It was as if he was in a daze. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Ruomiao and could only wait for her to slowly recover. After all, his family had been destroyed overnight and he had lost everything. Anyone would have gone crazy. However, this matter had something to do with him. The person who secretly harmed her wanted to kill her, so she went to Lin Ruomiao. During this period of time, he would let Lin Ruomiao slowly recover in his courtyard. As for the matter of hiring security guards, Immortal De Yang had already replied to him this morning, telling him that he could pay them money this morning. Taoist Big Sun is quite efficient. You must thank him properly and give him a few more paintings. As Xiao Changtian thought about it, he came to the courtyard and picked up the phoenix feather brush. He started to write on the paper again. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, and a few wild cursive strokes appeared on the paper. At the same time, he recalled that when the enlightened person of the Great Sun was fighting with the expert from the Heavenly Sun sect of the victorious East Continent, a sun seemed to have risen behind him. Xiao Changtian created another picture of the rising sun. "Jiu, accompany me to the Great Sun sect?" Xiao Changtian asked Mu Jiahuang to bring a few paintings with her. Cheng Yang was already waiting outside the door. "Senior, Master told me to wait here." Cheng Yang was extremely respectful. Xiao Changtian nodded and boarded the spirit ship again. Not long after, they arrived at the Great Sun sect. "Brother Big Sun, let me tell you, my family has a high-grade purple jade that can absorb the yang qi of heaven and earth to help you break through." "Big Brother Big Sun, why do you want purple jade?" "I have a spirit vein here. As long as you recommend me, I'll immediately offer you 100 spirit meridians." You people are just trying to bribe perfected Great Sunday. How vulgar. "Old brother Great Sun, given our relationship, I brought you a 10,000-year-old ardent yang fruit. Quickly accept it." A group of people surrounded the Great Sun Immortal and chattered. The previous sect leaders all wanted to be Xiao Changtian's guards. However, they were all eliminated by the Great Sun Immortal. The reason was that he had previously acted as a mortal, and now he was acting as an immortal cultivator, which would make the senior unhappy. Therefore, the people in the Great Sun sect were either the vice sect leaders or the Great Elders. As long as they could arrive, they were all experts with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm or above. Silence. Being surrounded by the crowd, Taoist Big Sun felt his head buzzing. Everything would have to wait for senior's judgment. "Take the seniors and wait there." The Great Sun Immortal instructed his disciples. "Seniors, please." The disciples of the Great Sun sect spoke respectfully to the expert who was going through the tribulation. Little brother, your bones are amazing. One have a dragon marrow pill here. Quickly take it. It can help you break through. Little brother, you haven't found a Tao companion yet, right? Let me introduce one to you. Take this spirit vein, your future will be boundless. This is the cultivation technique of a first-rank sect. I don't teach it to outsiders. Senior, this is your painting of a beautiful lady. Oh, I took the wrong one. This is the one. Quickly take it. When the experts saw that they could not bribe the Great Sun sect's perfected one, they started to bribe the disciples of the Great Sun sect. Those disciples wanted to refuse, but they were directly forced to accept by the tribulation transcending expert. Senior has arrived. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone saw Xiao Changtian, who was descending from the spirit ship. Senior, choose me as your guard. Senior, I'm very fierce. I guarantee that not even a mosquito can fly in. Senior, not only can I guarantee that mosquitoes won't fly in, I can also warm your bed. Senior, choose me. The crowd was like a tidal wave of graduates looking for a job. They were all holding their hands high. Xiao Changtian was speechless. Why did cultivators call him senior? Could it be that even immortal cultivators would lose their jobs? Even an immortal cultivator had been involved to this extent. The inner scroll was really terrifying. Xiao Changtian rode the spirit ship and landed in the direction of the Great Sun Immortal. Look, these are all powerful immortal cultivators. Their strength is above mine. The Great Sun Immortal said respectfully to Xiao Changtian. Sure, Xiao Changtian nodded. Anyone with the strength of the Great Sun Immortal was very powerful. He did not expect that there were actually so many people, all of whom were above Taoist Big Sunday. He simply could not believe it. However, one don't need so many guards. At most, 4 will be enough. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The price of a powerful immortal cultivator was definitely not cheap. There was no need for so many people to protect him at the same time, and he did not have that much money. Then, let's begin the selection. What do you think? We can select the strongest 4 from so many people? The Great Sun Immortal asked in puzzlement. Sure. Xiao Changtian nodded. This was a good idea. Upon hearing the word screening, everyone present was instantly excited. This was a competition of strength, and no one was afraid. However, the selection needs to set a rule. The elders will be in one group, the females in one group, and the rest in one group. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The grouping was very important. He felt that these 4 guards should be more balanced. They should be older and more experienced. The female guards should have sharper senses. The remaining 2 should be stronger. He had always said that when he watched movies and TV shows on Planet Bluke. Chapter 162 Chapter 162, 1 book per person, I'll let you kill. Chapter 162, 1 book per person, I'll let you kill. _I. All the immortal cultivators present lined up and divided into 4 groups according to Xiao Changtian's request. Senior, should we let them fight next? The Great Sun Immortal asked. The vice sect leaders and great elders were rubbing their fists. Some of them had even taken out pills, spiritual treasures, and swords. There's no need. Everyone here is a powerful immortal cultivator. There's no need to fight. Then let's choose randomly. Xiao Changtian picked up a light sword in front of him and placed it on the ground. He rotated it casually, choosing whoever the tip of the sword touched. A total of 4 times, Xiao Changtian chose 4 people from the 3 groups. The older group was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Heaven Secrets Pavilion in the Central Heaven Continent, Mo Shingu. The women's team was the Deputy Leader of 9 Yin Gate, Yin Jiangyun. One of the remaining 2 was the Vice Sect Leader of the Wind Lightning Sect, Gan Tianlei. The other was the head of Nebula Sect, Renxing Tianzi. All right, just the 4 of you. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes, sir. The 4 of them were overjoyed. It was a supreme opportunity for them to become seniors guards. they could not ask for it. The remaining experts all felt pity. After choosing the guard, Xiao Changtian naturally expressed his gratitude to the Great Sun Immortal. If it weren't for the Great Sun Immortal, how could there be so many immortal cultivators guarding his courtyard? Perfected Great Sun, these are a few paintings? Xiao Changtian said indifferently as he gestured for Jiu to hand over the painting. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal's face lit up and he hurriedly accepted it. Senior was generous, giving him a few paintings as soon as he made a move. Senior's previous Nanming Primordial Fire painting was already heaven-defying, let alone these few paintings in front of him. Daoist Dayong was ecstatic. As for Emoshengu, Yin Jiangyun, Gan Tianlei, and Xing Tianzi, who were chosen to be guards, they all looked forward to it. As long as he guarded the courtyard for Senior, he could also obtain the reward given by Senior. The four of you, let's go. Xiao Changtian looked at Xing Tianzi and the other three and said lightly. Then, he brought the four back to the courtyard and began to discuss the matter of wages. As Xiao Changtian and the others left, the experts present stared at the paintings in the hands of the Great Sun Immortal like wolves and tigers. Perfected Great Sun, I haven't gotten married yet today. It's just 30,000 years. If you don't mind, let's become Dao companions. A beautiful expert at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm was the first to stand up. Third-year female student, carry a gold brick. Third-year female student, rank among the 3,000 celestials. Perfected Great Sun, find someone like me who has lived for 3,000 years. I guarantee that you will be like a deity in the future. One by one, the beautiful experts pounced towards the Great Sun Immortal. The group of male cultivators at the side were envious. It was good to have a good relationship with a senior. Single dog crying oh, oh. Xiao Changtian didn't know about this. Back in the courtyard, Emoshengu, Xing Tianzi, Yin Jiangyun, and Gan Tianlei sat on the stone bench, not daring to move. They saw several powerful auras staring at them. There was a black tortoise as tall as the sky, a phoenix burning in the endless fire domain, and a black dragon. A divine dog that used stars as a chessboard and devoured the sky and moon. An ant that came out of the chaos and shattered space. There was a white tiger that shattered the galaxy, a giant golden dragon that soared through the 9 heavens and made the heavens submit to it, and a giant dragon that was like a dragon. A spiritual monkey that had been created from the heavens and the earth. Each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. In front of the majestic divine beast, they had no power to resist at all. They only felt like a lonely boat in the vast sea, and they could be torn apart by the hurricane and countless elements at any time. Please have some tea, Xiao Changtian said lightly. As his voice fell, the terrifying aura of the divine beast disappeared. All right. The four of them raised their teacups and took a sip. They were extremely shocked. There were actually so many divine beasts in the senior's small courtyard. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying. However, with a single sentence from the senior, the laws and aura of the divine beasts were suppressed. Senior's realm was simply unimaginable. Now, let's discuss the wages. Xiao Changtian spoke again. Although the Changsheng bookstore was sold well hotcakes now, 10,000 taels of gold could only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. The number of spirit stones used by immortal cultivators every day was incomparably large. His Changsheng bookstore might not be able to survive. No. The Great Sun Immortal has discussed with us that after the matter is done, he will let us admire his leaf fire painting. Emoshengu hurriedly shook his head. The others also echoed. Being able to follow such a senior was already a great opportunity for them. How could they dare to ask for any salary? Leaf fire diagram? You guys like calligraphy and paintings too? Xiao Changtian was stunned. No wonder so many people in the Great Sun sect fought to become his guards and called him senior. It seemed that these cultivators liked calligraphy and paintings. Emoshengu and the others hurriedly nodded. Senior's calligraphy and paintings contained supreme opportunities. Just by visiting them once, one could comprehend the laws of higher opportunities. There are plenty of calligraphy and paintings. I'll draw one for each of you now. Xiao Changtian stood up and said. The cultivators who came to guard his courtyard did not need any pay. They were only here to take a look at his calligraphy. This request must be fulfilled. Xiao Changtian took out the xian paper and picked up the brush. 4 paintings appeared on the table. One for each person, just right. Xiao Changtian said with a faint smile, his face filled with satisfaction. These paintings were all at the level of great success in painting. Thank you, senior. When they saw Xiao Changtian's painting, their faces were filled with joy. They were all immersed in the painting. Among them, different Dao runes made them addicted, unable to extricate themselves, and trapped them. Looks like these people are really painting enthusiasts. They're fascinated by it. Xiao Changtian smiled and didn't stop them. In any case, he had hired 4 people to guard the courtyard because he was afraid that the hidden Xiaxianus would go crazy and assassinate him. There are 4 people in each person's strength, all are stronger than the great sun immortal, their own safety should be safe and sound. However, there would always be a time when they got tired of looking at paintings. He would write 4 novels from his previous life to kill time. As Xiao Changtian thought about it, he walked back to his room and began to write down the memories from his previous life. After an hour, Xiao Changtian took out the draft. With his calligraphy skill, he could write very fast. Come, each of you take a book and read it. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room and placed 4 novels in front of the 4 of them. Each of them had a book to kill time in the boring life of the guards. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 Lin Ruomiao becomes Master Lai. Chapter 163 Lin Ruomiao becomes Master Lai. They lived peacefully. With the protection of 4 Xiaxianus, Xiao Changtian felt much safer. But during this time he still chose not to go out, and his morning walk had been cancelled. If she didn't exercise in the morning, she would naturally choose to sleep in. Xiao Changtian also missed this feeling. However, he was used to sleeping early and waking up early every day, so he was not used to sleeping in. Early in the morning, he decided to come out and breathe some fresh air. Morning. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room and greeted Emo Shengu and the other 3. Although he had already said that there was no need to stand guard outside, Emo Shengu and the others insisted on standing outside the courtyard. Xiao Changtian felt that these 4 people were very dedicated. Good morning, senior. Emo Shengu, Xing Tianzi, Yin Jiangyun, and Gan Tianlei heard Xiao Changtian's voice and greeted him. The 4 of them had concluded a set of array formation after last night's research. It was a set of formations that came from the novel and combined with the map of the 4 people. This array formation is too terrifying. We've only grasped the surface, but it's already so powerful. It's simply unfathomable. Senior is really too terrifying. He actually used such a method to teach the 4 of us a formation. It must be because Senior feels that we're too weak and that it's difficult for us to complete the task of guarding the courtyard. Let's practice harder and not disappoint Senior. The 4 of them used their primeval essence to communicate. Then he moved around the courtyard. I have to say, if I hadn't participated in it, I wouldn't have been able to tell that this was an array formation. One would only think that it was a guard patrolling. Emo Shengu said in a deep voice. Outside the courtyard, the formation formed by the 4 of them was silently unfolding. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian wanted to do a set of broadcast gymnastics to warm up his body. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to Lin Ruomiao's room was gently opened. Lin Ruomiao walked out of the room with disheveled hair and completely lost her fairy aura. How did you recover? Xiao Changtian still wanted to ask Lin Ruomiao if she had thought it through. However, he swallowed his words. Lin Ruomiao fell to her knees in front of Xiao Changtian. Please take me as your disciple. I want revenge. Lin Ruomiao knelt on the ground. Her voice was hoarse and her eyes were filled with determination. In the room, she had already thought it through. The ones who killed her Lin family were those bad people. Since Xiao Changtian was an immortal cultivator, he would take Xiao Changtian as his master and learn the path of immortal cultivation. Then, he would be able to kill his enemies and take revenge on the entire Lin family. Hearing this, Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. The determination in Lin Ruomiao's eyes was not fake. But why did Lin Ruomiao want to acknowledge him as her master? If she was Lin Ruomiao, there was only one thing in her heart right now: revenge. However, the person who killed the Lin family was an immortal cultivator. He was just a mortal and could not help her take revenge. What did Lin Ruomiao want to do? "I beg you, please take me as your disciple." Seeing Xiao Changtian hesitating, Lin Ruomiao begged again. Xiao Changtian was the only Xiaoxianist she could come into contact with. "You'd better calm down during this period of time." Xiao Changtian shook his head. He felt that Lin Ruomiao had a mental problem, which was why she had taken him as her master. Moreover, he had a husband and wife relationship with Lin Ruomiao. Of course, it was only on the surface. However, now that the Lin family had just been destroyed, it was not appropriate for him to propose breaking off the engagement at this time. "I beg you, please accept me as your disciple. No matter what the price is, I can bear it." Lin Ruomiao saw that Xiao Changtian was about to leave, so she grabbed his pants and didn't let him leave. She had no choice now. She had to kill her enemy with her own hands. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Ruomiao and shook his head. No matter what decision Lin Ruomiao made now, it was all driven by hatred. It can't be true. In order to prevent Lin Ruomiao from doing anything extreme, Xiao Changtian nodded and agreed. "All right, I'll take you in as my disciple. Then, I'll use my identity as master to order you to return to your room and rest." Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. "All right, master." Lin Ruomiao nodded and agreed. Her entire aura suddenly became cold and callous. She slowly got up and returned to her room. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Ruomiao and shook his head. He smiled bitterly in his heart. What sin did he commit in his previous life to provoke this strange woman? Xiao Changtian was helpless. He turned around and went back to his room. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the disciple recruitment mission and accepted Lin Ruomiao as the 7th disciple. What is this? Xiao Changtian was stunned for a moment, and the system actually agreed to his disciple Lin Ruomiao's transfer. Then from now on, Lin Ruomiao was his disciple. From fiancé to newlywed wife, then to disciple, it was simply full of bad points. He already did not know how to complain. Xiao Changtian had no choice but to accept this reality. However, he was extremely satisfied with the system's reward this time. Body tempering +1, did it mean that his body had become stronger and harder? Is there any reference value? Xiao Changtian asked curiously. He wasn't familiar with body tempering. Ding! End quote. The system notification sounded again. 2. Only this much? It's too dangerous. One still can't go out and walk around. Xiao Changtian shook his head. He felt that it was too low. With such physical strength, even a mortal could hurt him. A full score of Lu, and he only had 2 points. It was dangerous, too dangerous. Especially now that there were immortal cultivators who wanted to assassinate him. What Xiao Changtian didn't notice was that at the bottom of the system, there was a line of golden words that was so small that it was difficult to see clearly. Physical strength, level 5. However, this line of words was very small, so small that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Xiao Changtian walked to the deck chair and started to feel melancholic. Sigh, when can I cultivate? Outside the courtyard, Emoshengu and the others naturally heard Lin Feng's sigh and were confused. Senior, why are you sighing like this? This was abnormal. Wasn't Senior already standing at the peak of the immortal Tao? Yin Jiangyun asked in confusion. You don't understand, right? The immortal cultivation that Senior is talking about is not the ordinary immortal cultivation that we use. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, Emoshengu, said. Could it be that Celestial? The sect leader of Nebula Sect, Xing Tianzi, was also stunned. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Mutation of the Demon Race. Chapter 164, Mutation of the Demon Race. Listening to Emo Shingu and Xing Tianzi's questions and answers, Yin Jiangyun and Gan Tianlei, who didn't know the truth, looked at them with confusion and curiosity. What are you two talking about? Was there any special meaning to cultivating immortality? Yeah, don't hide it from me. Yin Jiangyun and Gan Tianlei asked at the same time. When they heard Xing Tianzi emphasize the word immortal, they felt something was wrong. The word immortal was extremely ethereal, unfathomable, and difficult to detect. Could it be that there was something else they didn't know about? Emo Shingu and Xing Tianzi looked at each other and nodded. Then, Emo Shingu said, "The immortal that Senior mentioned is very likely an immortal. In truth, before the fallen emperor era, the immortals were even more powerful than the ancient emperors. Immortals are existences that can ascend and obtain the recognition of the immortal world's will. According to the legends, there are countless planes in the heavenly planes, and each plane can only have one immortal. Immortals are powerful existences that have gathered the fate of the lower realm and are invincible." After listening to their explanation, Yin Jiangyun and Gan Tianlei were still confused, but they suddenly understood. Immortals were the most powerful existences on the Tianyuan continent. And the Senior was the only immortal on the Tianyuan continent. No wonder Senior is so powerful. Just a random painting contains the great Tao of breakthrough. Even looking at Senior's painting, one feel that one have even glimpsed the great Tao of Mahayana. Yin Jiangyun frowned and said solemnly, "Me too." Gan Tianlei nodded. "All right, stand guard seriously. As long as we guard the small courtyard for Senior, there will be many opportunities." Xing Tianzi reminded the four people of the sound of the first class of the first class of the first class of the first class of the first class. Everyone was extremely excited. Senior was the only immortal who could ascend. By following Senior, they could even witness the ascension with their own eyes. If they could comprehend a thing or two, they could also ascend. Ascension was the lifelong wish of every cultivator on the Tianyuan continent. Xiao Chang Tian didn't think so much. He looked at the courtyard and felt that someone was missing. However, he couldn't remember who that person was. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll take a nap." Xiao Chang Tian closed his eyes and let out a soft snore. In the bamboo forest of the small courtyard, Fat Rong Rong hugged a bamboo shoot, saying doubtfully, "Where did that little girl from the Beast Tamer sect go?" Woo-woo. In the Lin family's woodshed, Chu Iren was tied up by the person from the dark chamber with a golden immortal rope. She stayed alone in the dark woodshed, unable to break free from the celestial artifact rope. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Senior and not gotten involved in this mess. "Senior, quickly come and save me." Woo-woo. Chu Iren was filled with regret. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes seemed to have appeared. Those eyes shot out a terrifying red light. "Oh, don't come over." Chu Iren cried out in horror. Ever since she was a child, as long as she was in a dark environment for more than 10 hours, her eyes would shoot out red light. Behind those red eyes, there seemed to be endless mysteries. At the same time, an ethereal voice seemed to be calling out to her. "Don't come over." Chu Iren was so frightened that her body curled up and trembled. "Why haven't you come back yet? Come back, come back." The illusory voice behind the pair of red eyes rang out again. Instinctively, Chu Iren leaned against the wall. However, his eyes seemed to sense that Chu Iren was retreating. They turned into a red light and instantly entered Chu Iren's forehead. "Oh!" Chu Iren screamed and suddenly fainted. However, the moment Chu Iren fainted, the ancient statue of the goddess in the highest hall of the Tianyuan continent, the demon god temple, suddenly lit up. "Lord Demon God, is that you? Your devout demon people are here. Lord Demon God. Lord Demon God. Lord Demon God." In the temple, a few demon emperors knelt before the statue of the goddess and chanted devout ancient spells. The statue was rumored to be the goddess of the demon race on the Tianyuan continent, the first existence to ascend to the immortal world. Not long after, the ancient stone statue seemed to have heard the devout prayer of the demon emperor. A green light suffused from the stone statue. Lord Demon God. Lord Demon God. Seeing that the demon god stone statue had a reaction, the demon emperors knelt down one after another, extremely pious. How many years has it been since the demon emperor era? An ancient and fleeting voice came from the demon god stone statue. Demon emperor era? Under the stone statue, Tiger Demon Emperor and Niu Chongyao looked at each other and saw confusion in their eyes. Obviously, this was an extremely ancient era, but they had never heard of it. Seeing the two demon emperors pause in confusion, the demon god stone statue muttered, "Has it been so long?" Then she asked, "Who is the strongest human being now?" The two demon emperors hurriedly replied, "It's the 9 Phoenix Matriarch." 9 Phoenix Matriarch? What cultivation base? The stone statue asked. 9th stage tribulation transcendence, but one seemed to have broken through to the Mahayana realm recently. Tiger Demon Emperor answered truthfully. If the great emperor doesn't go, a mere Mahayana realm cultivator would dare to call himself an emperor? The Demon Emperor stone statue sneered, his smile full of contempt. Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong knelt on the ground. Sensing the terrifying aura from the Demon Emperor's stone statue, they trembled and dared not speak. Before long, the green light on the statue began to fade. "Forget it. I've come to the Tianyuan continent to ask you to do something," the stone statue said leisurely. "Demon God, please instruct me." Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong said respectfully. "Kill someone for me. As long as I find this person, the crystal that I cast with my blood essence will light up. Find that person and kill him. If you encounter any unexpected situation, drop a drop of your blood essence on the crystal and you will be able to summon my clone. Help me kill that person, and one will give the monster race a good fortune." After the Demon Emperor stone statue finished speaking, the green light disappeared completely. Instead, a green crystal appeared in the hands of Tiger Power Demon Emperor and Green Bull Demon Emperor. The crystal was extremely regular, in the shape of a rhombus. At this moment, it was still dim and dull. "Yes, sir." Hu Li and Niu Chong respectfully sent off the Yao God before looking at the crystal in their hands. "Who do you think the Demon Emperor wants to kill?" The will of a Demon Emperor had returned to the Tianyuan continent? Tiger Demon Emperor asked in confusion. "I don't know, but this person should be related to the Demon Emperor," Niu Chong guessed. Chapter 165, Chapter 165. Chapter 165, You Re the Freaking Ancients. Chapter 165. Chapter 165, You Re the Freaking Ancient. Emperor? _I. At night. It was as quiet as water. The moonlight was like a thin veil, spreading over the small courtyard. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared. The person was big-bellied and wore tattered cotton clothes. A wine gourd hung from his waist, and his feet were bare. He was floating in the void. It was the Barefoot Emperor. This should be the place. The Barefoot Emperor looked at the map in his hand and compared it carefully before placing it down. A pair of bare feet landed on the ground, and the ground in front of the small courtyard was directly blasted into a huge pit. The aura around the Barefoot Emperor was overwhelming and murderous. He had already observed that there were only 4 9th-stage tribulation transcendence ants in front of the small courtyard, and they were trampled to death with a single step. Who is it? Sensing the killing intent, the 4 of them instantly arrived in front of the small courtyard. They joined hands and set up an array barrier to cover the small courtyard, blocking out the sound from outside and ensuring the seniors sleep. You 4 little fellows. When one became a martial monarch realm expert, you were still little tadpoles. Listen up, 1 a.m. The Barefoot Emperor. The Barefoot Emperor said with contempt. Barefoot Emperor? Never heard of it. Emo Shingu and the other three looked at each other and shook their heads. They had never heard of it before. I'm from an era, which should be the ancient era you're talking about, which is before the fallen emperor era. Of course, you ants have never heard of me. If you don't want to die, kneel down obediently. One can spare your lives. The barefoot emperor sneered. Great emperor? An ancient emperor? You? Xing Tianzi looked at the barefooted emperor and shook his head. Although the person in front of them had a higher cultivation level than them, they did not feel a very dangerous aura. At most, he was a Mahayana cultivator. You don't know what's good for you. The barefoot emperor was enraged. He was a grand emperor, yet he was being questioned by a few ants. How could he tolerate this? Immediately, the barefoot emperor kicked out. A huge shadow of a foot appeared in the sky. The shadow descended from the sky and was about to kill everyone. Set up the formation. The faces of the four people sank. They knew that they were not a match for this person in a one-on-one battle, so they directly used the array formation that their seniors had given them. What's the use of a formation? In the face of absolute power, a formation is useless. The barefoot emperor sneered. So what if it was a formation? In the face of ancient emperors, only formations of the same level would be able to resist them. Otherwise, with this kick, the four people in front of him, along with the entire courtyard, would turn into ashes under his huge foot shadow and cease to exist. However, Emo Shingu and the others weren't affected by the barefoot emperor at all. A mere ancient emperor? In the eyes of this senior, any single divine beast senior would be able to easily crush this ancient emperor. Moreover, senior had even given them an array formation. How could an ordinary person be able to break senior's array formation? The four of them stood in front of the small courtyard and moved quickly like afterimages. From four directions, four colors of light shot into the sky, forming pillars of light. 4 pillars of light suppressed the 4 directions. It directly sealed the space. In an instant, the huge golden foot shadow was instantly sealed. Come down. Gan Tianlei, the vice-sect leader of the Thunderwind sect, appeared behind the barefoot emperor and punched at the back of the emperor's head. You dare? The barefooted emperor was furious and was about to kill Gan Tianlei. However, he suddenly discovered that the space around him was completely locked. He wanted to stop the heavenly lightning attack, but his true essence was stagnant, causing his movements to be slow. Bang! Gan Tianlei's punch landed on the back of the barefoot emperor's head. The barefooted emperor was instantly knocked out and fell to the ground. Tie him up. Xing Tianzi took out a trapping formation Dharma treasure and trapped the barefoot emperor in a cage, rendering him immobile. 15 minutes later, the barefoot emperor woke up. In front of him, 4 people stared at him coldly. All of you, what kind of formation is that? The barefooted emperor was both embarrassed and angry. He was a great emperor, yet he was captured by a group of juniors who were like ants undergoing tribulation. Fortunately, no one knew. If this were to spread, his reputation would be ruined. Of course it's a formation that Senior bestowed upon us. You call yourself an ancient emperor? You're called an ancient emperor. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Gan Tianlei stared at the barefooted emperor and said disdainfully. His punch had landed squarely on the back of the barefoot emperor's head. The barefoot emperor was infuriated by Gan Tianlei's taunt, but he was speechless. If he had to face it again, he would still be unable to break through the confinement of the mysterious array formation. Thus, the barefoot emperor chose to remain silent. However, a great emperor was a great emperor after all. Although he couldn't attack for a short period of time, the barefoot great emperor was still accumulating strength. You say you are an ancient emperor? Then where did you come from? Emo Shingu stared at the barefoot emperor Pan and asked. The person in front of them was indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the array given to them by the senior, the 4 of them would probably have lost their lives to this person. The Tianyuan continent was filled with experts other than the seniors. Since when was there an ancient emperor? After the fallen emperor era, weren't all great emperors dead? The others also reacted. This was a crucial question. Shingu noticed the problem and got busy. The Barefoot Emperor was stunned. He didn't dare to answer this question. If he did, it would be equivalent to exposing the door of antiquity. The other great emperors wouldn't let him off. But I lied to you. How am I an ancient emperor? I'm just an ordinary Mahayana realm cultivator. The Barefoot Emperor smiled awkwardly. Not honest? Gon Tianlei raised his fist again when he saw that the Barefoot Emperor was not telling the truth. You impudent! The Barefoot Emperor was furious that Gon Tianlei was going to use violence against him. Did the great emperor have a bad temper? In the next moment, the Barefoot Great Emperor's voice rang out. You're called the Barefoot Emperor? Or an ancient emperor? Glowing heavenly thunder was addicted. This was the first time he had beaten up an ancient emperor like this. Awesome! Don't go too far. The Barefoot Emperor continued to resist as he threw another punch. Are you going to tell me? Gon Tianlei asked again. Just you wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson in the future. The Barefoot Emperor continued. Some were smashed down in groups. Then, a series of punches and curses sounded. It lasted for a full 15 minutes. The sound of the fist did not stop, but the curses had already subsided. In its place was a pleading voice. I'm really not the F***ing Great Emperor. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Fat, there really are 10 colored flower salai. Chapter 166. Fat, there really are 10 colored flower salai. The Barefoot Emperor collapsed. He was a Grand Martial Monarch realm expert, so he had to obey his heart. The key was that under the suppression of these four people's array formation, his true essence was stagnant to an extreme. The true essence in his dantian and meridians seemed to be circulating at a turtle's speed. Otherwise, how could he, a great emperor, endure such humiliation? If you don't tell the truth, then don't blame me for soul-searching you. Shingu picked up the Tao disc and chanted the ancient incantation of the Tao disc. A black and white yin-yang fish appeared on the Tao disc and stabbed into the mind of the Barefoot Emperor. Not good. The Barefooted Emperor's expression changed. He could clearly feel a divine sense piercing into his sea of consciousness, preparing to pry into his memories. Due to the suppression of the formation, even if the Barefoot Emperor wanted to use his god essence to resist, the effect was minimal. The secret of the door of antiquity could not be leaked. Ha! The Barefoot Emperor roared and burned his blood essence. In a short period of time, he gathered his divine origin to resist the invasion of his knowledge sea. Then, he slapped his chest and a drop of heart blood flew out. The Barefooted Emperor used his heart blood to break the magic treasure. Run! The Barefoot Emperor turned and ran. In just an instant, the Barefoot Emperor disappeared without a trace. This person runs really fast. Gon Tianlei shouted angrily. The Barefoot Emperor had fled too quickly, and the four of them were caught off guard. After that, they summoned the 5 elders of the heaven-building sect overnight to complete the pit in front of them. The night passed. Everything was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Changtian got up and sat down in the courtyard for a simple set of radio calisthenics. Then he had a game with Alpha. He was delighted to find that Alpha had improved again. Yi Fan was chopping firewood, fetching water, and farming as usual. He was having a great time. Lin Tingji followed beside Yi Fan. Was she wiping his sweat for him? Wang Miaoshou had been in his room recently, developing a new pill. Jiang Beichen and Diwu were holding their swords, clashing against each other. Su Daji stayed in her room every day, and her cultivation had become more and more profound. Lin Rumiao seemed to have left the small courtyard these few days and returned to the Lin Manor. Xiao Changtian looked at his lively little courtyard, which had the aura of life. His heart was filled with gratification. Although this stupid system was unreliable, the disciples it accepted were quite reliable. Except for the 2 who were showing off their affection. Xiao Changtian looked up at the sky. He was in a good mood, and the sky was clear. He recalled that he had once hunted in the East Victory continent, and his heart itched. Disciples, follow me out hunting, Xiao Changtian suggested. Staying at home all day would also make him feel irritated. It just so happened that the immortal cultivators hadn't used any tricks on them in the past few days. With 4 guards protecting them, hunting should be safe. Yes, sir. The disciples stopped their work. Xiao Changtian took out his longbow from his room. Even Shangguan Shuai and the others couldn't carry this bow. Xiao Changtian didn't expect Jiu to carry it for him. He slung the longbow over his shoulder, called the 4 guards, and brought Alpha. The rest of the animals were left at home, guarded by Lin Ruomiao. The group set off to hunt in the forest outside the Great Sun. At the same time, the Barefoot Emperor, who had fled far away from the entrance of the small courtyard, fled dejectedly and found Yin Jiufeng. I've already gone to find that person. He's not simple. I fought with him and was on par with him. However, there were many of them and they used a special array formation, causing me to suffer a little. The Barefoot Emperor said. Oh, was that so? Lying in front of me? Do you think you can hide it? Yin Jiufeng stared at the 10-colored flower in his hand and said in a cold voice. I suffered a little. We didn't fight that person. The Barefoot Emperor was exposed. He knew that Yin Jiufeng could read minds other than using poison, so he changed his words. Merely a loss? Yin Jiufeng refused to give up. All right, I was trapped by a junior's array formation and beaten up by a junior. The Barefoot Emperor knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. However, you have to keep this matter a secret for me. Otherwise, my reputation will be ruined. The Barefoot Emperor said. Ha! Yin Jiufeng didn't reply. He just chuckled. All right, I came to look for you this time to ask you to help me stall the array formation. I'll go kill that person. There hasn't been any accident since we joined forces. The Barefoot Emperor said. Let's go. Yin Jiufeng disappeared like a ghost. The Barefooted Emperor was delighted. If the 2 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill that person. Lin Manor, Woodshed. Chu Yiren woke up. To her surprise, she realized that the rope around her had been broken into several pieces. Moreover, there seemed to be a tinge of green in his dantian. Her cultivation was originally in the semi-god realm, but now she was already in the Saint King realm. This is ridiculous coming home from school, absolutely ridiculous. Chu Yiren was by Xiao Changtian's side, so it was normal for her to be able to say a few words of modern folk tales. She pushed open the door of the woodshed and left Lin Manor. As Chu Yiren walked out of the room, the green crystal in Tiger Strength's hand began to glow. This direction is the Northern Barren State. That person is in the North Barren continent. Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong were overjoyed. They did not expect that they could complete the task assigned by the demon gods so quickly. At that time, the entire demon race would have a great fortune. It was even possible for them to ascend to the upper world. The 2 demon emperors immediately set off. They were the only ones who knew about this matter, so they did not inform the other demon emperors. As long as the 2 of them completed the mission, the opportunities that the Tiger Clan and the Ox Clan could obtain would be far greater than that of the other demon clans. Let's go. Hu Li and Niu Chong, the 2 monster emperors, headed to the North Barren State together. When Chu Yiren arrived at the courtyard, she saw that there was no one there. Lin Ruomiao was in the room, and Chu Yiren hadn't noticed her. Under Fatty Rongrong's guidance, Chu Yiren found out that Xiao Changtian had brought everyone out hunting. I want to go too. Chu Yiren's spiritual essence recovered. She summoned the Snow Wolf King and rode on its back. With a flick of her whip, she drove the Snow Wolf King into the forest outside Daong Town. Not long after Chu Yiren left, the Barefoot Emperor and 9 Wind Emperor arrived. This is the place. The Barefoot Emperor pointed at the courtyard in front of him. Only one person? Are you kidding me? Yin Jiufeng said coldly as he fiddled with the 10-colored flower in his hand. That shouldn't be. Let's go in. The Barefoot Emperor prepared to break in. But right at this time, the fat Rongrong opened the door of the courtyard, and the green-haired turtle rode on his head, slowly walking out. Fatty, there really is a 10-colored flower. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Completing the mission, you can ascend to heaven. _1. Chapter 167. Completing the mission, you can ascend to heaven. _1. Murray up and give the 10-colored flower to my boss. Fatty Rongrong stood up, speaking arrogantly. He knew the person on the left. He came to cause trouble last night and was beaten up by 4 guards. The one on the right was definitely jackals of the same tribe. Accomplices. Oh, a bear demon interesting? Staring at the panda, Yin Jiufeng raised the flower in his hand and blew it out in one breath. It was as if 10 different colored pollen was being blown out of the flower, towards Rongrong and the turtle. Do you have to do that? You're going to use your ultimate move right away? The barefooted emperor subconsciously moved further away and sealed his consciousness. Yin Jiufeng was good at using poison, and the most poisonous one was the 10-colored pollen. It could corrode bones and steal souls, and even great emperors would find it difficult to resist. Hee, anyone who dares to touch my 10-colored flower should die. Yin Jiufeng held the 10-colored flower in his palm, his eyes filled with malice. Huh? We're not human, so we don't have to die? Fatty Rongrong scratched her head with a paw, her face revealing a joyful expression. However, the turtle slapped him on the head and said, Fat, it's not a human but a curse. You can't say that about yourself. Oh. Fatty Rongrong nodded, whatever boss said. Even though he felt that he was not a human, he was an iron-eating beast, the very, very fierce kind. Hee, it smells good and should be delicious, right? Fatty Rongrong asked. Then eat it, the turtle said indifferently. All right. Fatty Rongrong nodded, standing up, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, opening a huge mouth, revealing sharp teeth like steel. With a sudden inhale, the pollen was swallowed into her stomach. After swallowing it, she licked her lips. It's sweet and delicious. Do you have more? Seeing this, Yin Jiufeng and the barefoot emperor frowned. Something was wrong. Even a great emperor couldn't resist Yin Jiufeng's poison, but this panda was fine after eating it. Not good, we might have encountered an iron eater. Yin Jiufeng's face turned cold, and he subconsciously took a step back. The barefooted emperor's face turned cold. In their era, the iron eater was the mount of that person. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other and were about to escape. Did this sea king let you go? Suddenly, the turtle's voice rang out. He was determined to get that 10-colored flower. He still needed to give it to Phantasmal Shadow to complete his great cause as the Sea King. Then, the turtle's body flashed and blocked the two of them. What? The two of them were shocked. They clearly did not expect the turtle to be so fast. Yin Jiufeng and Barefoot looked at each other and attacked the turtle at the same time. An enormous golden foot shadow and a huge wheel formed from 10-colored petals rumbled as they shot toward the turtle. You still dare to show off in front of me? The old dirty turtle chuckled, and then a huge black tortoise Dharma appeared. At that time, a Xuanwu phantom that was taller than the sky had 4 legs that were like pillars that supported the sky. The endless seawater around the black tortoise surged as if it wanted to drown the heavens. The golden foot shadow and the 10-colored wheel hit the black tortoise Dharma idol and exploded, disappearing completely. Black tortoise? Seeing this scene, the barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng were extremely shocked. Was this the legendary divine beast black tortoise? Your 10-colored flower, this sea king wants it. The black tortoise stared at Yin Jiufeng coldly. Its tone was dignified and could not be disobeyed. A destructive aura enveloped Yin Jiufeng and the barefoot emperor. Yin Jiufeng and the barefoot emperor knelt down under the black tortoise's terrifying aura. Hand it over. I'll let you go. Black tortoise said coldly. Here you go. Yin Jiufeng snorted coldly and threw out the 10-colored petal. The black tortoise caught it in an instant, and the aura that enveloped the two of them disappeared. Run! The two of them turned cold and fled in a hurry. As for the black tortoise, after obtaining the 10 colored petals, he prepared to head to the victorious East Continent. Fatty, let's go! In the forest, the elk ran, the hare jumped, and the birds chirped. It was quiet and peaceful, so beautiful that one could not bear to break it. Aren't there any ferocious beasts? Xiao Changtan remembered that he had hunted a huge black bear in the black forest of the victorious East Continent. It was extremely boring to hunt a few wild rabbits now. At the very least, there would be a tiger or a wild ox. Only by roasting such a large ferocious beast would it be enough for everyone to share. Is there any movement? Just as Xiao Changtian was complaining, footsteps suddenly sounded from the forest in front of him. Irin. Xiao Changtian was about to shoot an arrow when he heard the footsteps of a large animal. However, it suddenly disappeared. Instead, he heard a familiar set of footsteps. Xiao Changtian could tell that it was Chu Irin's footsteps. You little girl, no wonder one feel like I'm missing someone these few days. Where did you go? Xiao Changtian asked. Chu Irin's heart skipped a beat at this question. Senior should know that he was tied up in the woodshed, right? Senior didn't save him, but now he was asking the obvious. Senior was punishing him. Chu Irin lowered her head in shame and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Senior. I should have listened to you and left before entering the Lin family. Chu Irin lowered her head and whispered, afraid that Xiao Changtian would blame her. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Chu Irin followed him in? Then these few days, could it be that he was captured by someone? It was very possible. It's fine. It's good that you're back. Remember this next time. Xiao Changtian said calmly, feeling a little lucky that Chu Irin had managed to escape from the hands of those cultivators. This was a blessing in disguise. Yes, sir. Chu Irin nodded. All right, you guys go play by yourselves. Remember not to run too far. Xiao Changtian ordered. Now that hunting was boring, it was better to treat it as an autumn outing. Everyone agreed and ran around in 2s and 3s to enjoy the scenery. Chu Irin accompanied Su Daji as they went to the back of the mountain to pick wildflowers. Xiao Changtian and Alpha drew a simple chess manual on the stone slab and played with Alpha absent-mindedly. His gaze was still on the longbow. He felt a little regretful that he hadn't been able to enjoy himself when he came out to hunt. He was very unhappy. Sigh, such a large mountain forest. At least there's a tiger, Xiao Changtian said speechlessly. Not far away. Hu Li and Niu Chong, the two demon emperors, followed the instructions of the crystal and arrived in front of the great forest. This direction seems to be the back mountain. Let's go to the back mountain. Tiger Strength Demon Emperor was overjoyed. They were about to find the person that the demon god must kill. As long as they completed the mission, they would be able to ascend to heaven. Haha. Chapter 168 Chapter 168 Killing a Demon God with a Single Aral_Scroll. Chapter 168 Killing a Demon God with a Single Aral_Scroll. A little further ahead. Tiger Demon Emperor said happily. According to the green light on the crystal, they were getting closer and closer. The two of them kept moving forward and soon saw Chu Irin and Su Daji picking flowers. This green light is flashing, but it doesn't point to a specific person. Which one should we kill? Niu Chong was stunned. Nonsense, who cares where she is? Kill both of them together, it's foolproof. Tiger Demon Emperor said with a smile. Good idea. Niu Chong nodded. You kill the one on the left, I'll kill the one on the right, one each. Tiger Power Demon Emperor commanded the two of them to transform into their beast forms. A piebald tiger and a wild yak. Roar! Moo! Tiger Demon Emperor roared, Niu Chong roared, the piebald tiger moved like the wind, and the wild yak charged like a cannonball. The two demon emperors were thinking about the goal of ascending to heaven, Chu Irin and Su Daiji. What? Chu Irin and Su Daji, who were squatting on the ground picking flowers, were caught off guard and couldn't react in time. They turned their heads and saw the two demons. We're finished. The two of them were shocked. It was too late to dodge now. These were two demon emperors, and their strength was far above theirs. It was here. Xiao Chengtun, who was playing chess with Alpha, keenly heard the roars of tigers and cows, as well as Chu Iren and Su Daiji's terrified voices. A ferocious beast attacked the two of them. Xiao Changtian stomped his feet and stood up straight. He raised his bow and knocked the arrow. His movements were done in one go. In fact, he hadn't even used a breath's worth of time. With great success in archery, even from 10,000 meters away, you can still be accurate. Xiao Changtian smiled and shot out two arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two arrows flew side by side, creating two piercing sounds. Just as the piebald tiger and wild yak were about to collide with Chu Iren and Su Daiji, two sharp arrows shot out like meteors. With a whoosh, two arrows hit the target. Bang! The piebald tiger and the wild yak were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the huge force of the arrow and nailed to the rock wall of the back mountain. Saved. It's master! Chu Iren and Su Daiji were overjoyed when they saw Tiger Emperor and Niu Chong nailed to the wall. Seeing those two arrows, he instantly understood that his master had made a move. Master is indeed invincible, Su Daiji said with a smile. Of course, Senior is very powerful, Chu Iren chimed in. As for Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong, who were nailed to the rock wall, they were shocked. How is that possible? Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong looked incredulous. Their inner cores had been pierced by two sharp arrows. No, if this continues, we will die. Hurry up and invite the demon god clone to descend to the mortal world. Tiger Strength Demon Emperor said anxiously. He took out a green crystal and dropped a drop of his blood essence on it. 1. For a moment, the green gem trembled and burst out with a dazzling green light. The green light condensed and a blurry shadow of a woman appeared. However, the moment the woman's blurry figure appeared, all the beasts in the forest were frightened and the birds were shocked. What's that? Yin Jiufeng, the barefoot emperor, who was escaping from the small courtyard, naturally saw the woman's shadow in the sky. Just by staring at the woman's phantom, they felt a majestic and vast pressure, as well as a terrifying blow above the laws. This person is from the upper realm. The barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng turned pale with fright. In their minds, they suddenly remembered who the person in front of them was. It's a demon god, an existence who ascended to the immortal realm among the demons. That's her clone. The two of them were shocked. Although they were great emperors, it was already difficult for great emperors to resist immortals, let alone existences who had already ascended to the immortal world. Even if it was just a clone, it was not something they could withstand. Let's go, the barefoot emperor said in a deep voice. Facing such an existence, they could only keep a respectful distance. Seal it. However, the clone of the demon emperor uttered a cold and ancient voice. As the voice fell, a layer of green barrier suddenly appeared in the space. As the green barrier appeared, the barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng were shocked. This was a spatial divine art. The demon god's clone had sealed the entire space. What does the demon god want? The barefoot emperor panicked. He could clearly feel the killing intent of the demon god. Even though the killing intent wasn't directed at him, the space was sealed. No one could stop the demon god. This sealed space would also turn into dust, including them. Who are you? Chu Iren stared at the demon god's clone before her, frowning as she questioned it. She felt that the demon god's clone before her seemed familiar, especially its voice. However, she couldn't remember. You don't need to know this. Just wait for your death. The demon god clone raised his huge palm, gathering dozens of nomological laws in his palm. He crushed Chu Iren like a small mountain. It's over. This space is about to be destroyed. The barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng felt this terrifying might and their faces were shocked. In front of this terrifying pressure, they could not feel any vitality. On the other side, Xiao Changtian was rushing over. I killed a tiger and a yak. Xiao Changtian touched his longbow, his face revealing a joyful expression. Woof woof. Alpha shouted softly, wagging his tail. However, just as Xiao Changtian arrived at the back of the mountain, he saw a bunch of green, ghost-like women waving their hands, seemingly wanting to capture Chuyiren. This is a ghost. Xiao Changtian was shocked. He had never seen such an existence before. However, Xiao Changtian couldn't just ignore the demon god's doppelganger's giant palm that was about to land on Chuyiren. Forget it, I'll try my best. Xiao Changtian raised his bow and arrow. He didn't know how to save Chuyiren now. It was too late to run over and take her away. The best solution was to shoot. Whoosh! The arrow on the longbow turned into a shooting star. With a swoosh, it aimed at the forehead of the demon god's clone and shot straight at it. Die! The demon god's clone glared at Chuyiren, his eyes filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to destroy Chuyiren's soul. However, at this moment, an arrow that was like a stream of light instantly pierced through the forehead of the demon god's clone. Ah! The demon god's clone let out a miserable scream. In an instant, it turned into countless green lights and exploded in this space. How is that possible? The green light dissipated, leaving only a voice of disbelief and doubt in the space. Are you two okay? What the hell is that? Xiao Changtian walked over. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Is the senior the reincarnation of the human emperor? Underscore. Chapter 169. Is the senior the reincarnation of the human emperor? Underscore I. I'm fine. Chuyiren and Su Daji hurriedly shook their heads. Senior's arrow was truly too terrifying. It actually killed the demon god's clone. That was a demon god. Ancient Fey god. Rumor had it that they had ascended to the immortal world and become true immortals. Even if it was just a clone, it was like a god in front of everyone. No one on the Tianyuan continent was a match for the demon god's clone. This was because after becoming an expert of the immortal world and ascending, the power and laws he grasped far surpassed those of the Tianyuan continent. Before the demon god ascended, he was a super expert who had once ruled an era. What more now? What the hell is that? Xiao Changtian asked in confusion. He had never seen such a ghost before. Its whole body was green and emitting green light, which made him extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? He should be a demon ghost. Chuyiren didn't know how to answer her senior's question. That was the avatar of the demon god. In senior's eyes, it was actually a ghost. Alright, now that this has happened, everyone should be careful. Let's go back now. If any ghost isn't afraid of my bow and arrow, it'll be troublesome. Xiao Changtian said. The green ghost had attacked Chuyiren and Su Daji and had almost succeeded. The woman now still had Jiu. Although the remaining disciples were all strong, they were still lacking compared to the ghost god. There were only 4 Xiaxianists present. With everyone so scattered, it was very likely that something else would happen. Yes. The crowd didn't dare to be negligent. Since Xiao Changtian had spoken, they gathered at the fastest speed possible. In 15 minutes, everyone had gathered. Xiao Changtian nodded after counting the number of people. Everyone was here. Let's go back. Xiao Changtian had Yi Fan and Wang Miaoshu carry the tiger and yak on their backs. One of the 2 disciples was very strong. The other one was muscular and did not look weak. Compared to the fans who needed to take drugs, he was much stronger. The Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng, who were far away in the void, watched Xiao Changtian and the others leave. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The entire mountain forest was silent for 2 hours. Only then did the Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng descend from the sky. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This matter left them dumbfounded. What we wanted to kill before, it seems to be that person, right? The barefooted emperor took out a portrait. It was Xiao Changtian. This portrait was given to him by the skeletal man in the dark chamber. What? Yin Jiufeng shivered and did not dare to answer. The person in front of them could kill a demon god with an arrow. He was not someone they could kill. Yin Jiufeng didn't dare to admit that he wanted to kill Xiao Changtian. Oh, one don't think so. The barefoot emperor put away the portrait and said, "Let's go and take a look at the scene." The two of them were silent for a full 15 minutes before the barefoot emperor spoke again. "Let's go." Yin Jiufeng nodded. The two of them did not use any cultivation and walked over on foot. Their auras were restrained. They didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of this terrifying arrow intent. Gotcha! As they approached, the huge mountain in front of them felt a slight fluctuation in the air. The entire mountain collapsed. Countless rocks fell down, and a large number of trees fell to the ground. However, the arrow was tightly nailed to a dark green light. The dark green light tried to escape, but no matter how it twisted and tried to escape in space, it could not leave. This is a wisp of the consciousness of the demon god's clone. The two of them were great emperors, so they were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized that the dark green light in front of them was the avatar consciousness of the Yao gods. That the means of an expert were truly unimaginable. When the two of them saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. My 10-colored flower has been taken away, so I'll use this arrow as my weapon." Yin Jiufeng stretched out his hand and beckoned. In the space in front of him, a wisp of wind formed the shape of a palm. The palm grabbed towards the arrow. Bang! However, before it could even get a foot away from the arrow, the aura of spiritual energy instantly shattered Yin Jiufeng's vital essence palm. What? Yin Jiufeng was stunned and found it hard to believe. I don't believe that you can block all of my attacks with the demon god's consciousness pinned to you and you've left, master. Yin Jiufeng snorted coldly. His white robe made him look like a ghost in the dark night. His two hands grabbed at the arrow. Caught you! Yin Jiufeng was overjoyed. He held the arrow in his hand, and his face was filled with ecstasy. However, all of a sudden, Yin Jiufeng's expression froze as if he had been struck by lightning. A vast universe of the Milky Way appeared in his mind. Where is this place? Yin Jiufeng was puzzled. However, before he could sense anything unusual, he saw a man standing at the end of the universe. It was Chaos. He was wearing a green robe and holding a bow. A long arrow condensed from Chaos was slowly moving towards the stars. Soon after, the green-robed man released his hand with a bang. The long arrow condensed from Chaos broke through countless planes and spaces. Boom! 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 Countless galaxies were shattered, and the arrow pierced through billions of galaxies. Then, the arrow pierced through the 100,000 galaxies in front of him and hit his glabella. Yin Jiufeng felt a pain as if he was about to die. In an instant, he was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed into a huge rock. More than 10 of his bones were broken. Yin Jiufeng. The barefoot emperor was shocked because he felt a supreme aura descending. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had passed through countless planes and countless voids. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to have gone blank. Yin Jiufeng. He did not have time to think about these things. He hurriedly went to help Yin Jiufeng up. However, just as he approached Yin Jiufeng, a majestic force bounced him away. One of the barefoot emperor's feet was cut off by a sharp aura. The barefoot emperor screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Quickly go find that senior. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Hurry up and go. This is the Renhuang arrow. That senior is the reincarnation of the Renhuang. Yin Jiufeng, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, spoke these words in a shaky voice before he completely fainted. What is it? The reincarnation of the human emperor? The barefoot emperor was dumbfounded. I'll go now. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 170 New Disciple Mission 1. Chapter 170 New Disciple Mission 1. Human Emperor. Emperor of the human race. He was the king of the entire human race, an existence that symbolized the invincibility of the human race. How is this possible? That expert is actually the reincarnation of the Renhuang? The barefoot emperor flew on one foot, holding his other foot in his hand. Rumor had it that the demon emperor ascended to the celestial realm and became a powerhouse of the celestial realm. However, the human emperor, who was also an emperor, was far more powerful than the demon emperor in terms of strength and prestige in the clan. Because of the human emperor's personal charm, a large portion of the powerful demons back then had joined the human race. Therefore, the current Beast Tamer sect came into being. Back then, the Iron Eaters were the strongest of the monster race. The reincarnation of a human emperor? I actually agreed to kill the human emperor? I'm really not human. The barefoot emperor slapped himself in the air. Before the fallen emperor era, the human sovereign realm was an existence that was even higher than the immortal realm. The human sovereign was a powerful being that everyone in the human tribe respected. It was because the human sovereign had led the weak human tribe to open up the great wilderness and lead the rise of the human tribe's powerful beings that the human tribe had become what it was today. Even great emperors like them were just small fries by the side of the human emperor back then. As for the barefoot emperor, who was nearing the end of his era, even the experts around the Renhuang had never seen him before. They had only heard rumors about him. If it was really the human ruler, then he had committed a grave mistake. The barefoot emperor flew towards the courtyard. Above the eastern sea, the green-haired turtle rode on top of Rongrong's head, similarly swiftly galloping. Fatty, hurry up. I want Phantasmal Shadow to see this 10-colored flower as soon as possible. The green-haired turtle held the 10-colored flower in its mouth. A green light flashed and the poison on it was completely removed. All right, boss. In order to speed up, Fatty Rongrong opened that huge abyss mouth like a black hole. The aura of the world suddenly entered Fatty Rongrong's stomach. Seeing that the breath was almost finished, Fatty Rongrong closed her mouth. Soon after, the surrounding Yuan Qi came out from behind Rongrong. Fatty Rongrong directly turned into a rocket, shooting out. Whoosh! In an instant, they arrived at the 9 Phoenix Imperial Palace. Fatty, hurry up and break. The tortoise stretched out its 2 claws and grabbed the fat Rongrong's head. Bang! After Fatty Rongrong landed, she directly smashed a few 100-meter deep hole in the ground. Because she couldn't stop, she still wanted to continue gliding for a while. Hee, Boss Turtle, I sucked in too much and didn't control it well. This is the first time I've used this move. Fatty Rongrong stood up, scratching her head with her 2 large claws. Forget it. I'll get Little Ma to teach you some spatial abilities when we get back. It's too troublesome to fly like this. The green-haired turtle said indifferently. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Boss is wise, handsome, and talented. Look, even the way he holds a flower in his mouth is the most handsome in the world. Boss lives as long as the heavens. He lives as long as the heavens. He dies of old age. Fatty Rongrong poured out a large number of words, not knowing if it was right or not, but it was a heartfelt praise. Not bad, not bad. The dirty old turtle rubbed the fat Rongrong's head, a green light flashing. I'm green again. Thank you, boss. Fatty Rongrong was immersed in the green light, her cultivation level rising once more. Looking at the scene before them, the people of the 9 Phoenix dynasty wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Their faces turned red. Poochie! Finally, Shangguan Shuai couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Rongrong turned her head. Senior, I'm sorry. I thought of something happy. Shangguan Shuai was stared at by Fatty Rongrong's cold gaze, his expression turning cold as he hurriedly explained. Tell me what's so funny that boss and one can hear? Fatty Rongrong continued. The dirty old turtle also looked over. No, it's nothing. Shangguan Shuai hurriedly shook his head. No, you have to tell me today. The fat Rongrong opened her mouth, revealing those terrifying sharp teeth. A cold light shone from his teeth. Senior, I'll tell you. One saw a group of old sows lining up and falling into the ditch. Shangguan Shuai quickly said. Then he saw a group of women walking out of the arch palace, led by the old woman, being sent flying by the panda's aura that was still lingering in the pit. Just like that, he fell into the huge ditch beside him. General Shangguan, what did you say? Who are you calling an old sow? Do you think I'm old? Fuck him. A group of female experts from the Nine Phoenix dynasty swarmed toward the upper echelon of the upper echelon like a tide. All. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell like waves on the sea, but also like the ups and downs of life. It was not until Shangguan Shuai was beaten into a pig's head and lying on the ground like mud that the female boxers retracted their fists. You deserve it for provoking us. The group of female experts looked at Shangguan Shuai in disdain. They actually dared to call them pigs. They were clearly little princesses that were as beautiful as fairies. Senior, why are you here? Phantasmal Shadow saw the old dirty turtle and hurriedly walked over to ask respectfully. Here, 10-colored flower. The old dirty turtle handed the 10-colored flower to Phantasmal Shadow. But senior, I'm already married. Phantasmal Shadow shook her head. What? The turtle's face turned green with anger. He had spent a long time to find such a 10-colored flower. Why, married? The dirty old turtle felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck the clear sky, and a light rain started to fall in his head. A gust of wind blew a withered yellow leaf over, raising it up and then falling down. I lost. Benhai actually bowed for the first time. Phantasmal Shadow was already married, and the Sea King had only managed to find the 10-colored flower. Fatty, let's go. The old dirty turtle was very disappointed. Fatty Rongrong nodded, taking the old dirty turtle away. Walking out of the Nine Phoenix Emperor Palace, arriving above the Eastern Sea, Fatty Rongrong opened his mouth and asked, Boss, why are you unhappy? Fatty, won like the process of conquering others, not failure. This time I've lost. This Sea King is very angry. The more the old dirty turtle thought about it, the angrier he got. He looked at the dark castle floating in the East Sea and said, so ugly, so ugly. The old dirty turtle cursed angrily, and the black tortoise Dharma power blotted out the sky. Zhou Wuliang's seawater split into 100 millionth of a centimeter and crashed into the dark castle. Boom! The dark castle shook violently, and a huge hole even appeared. The luck that it had absorbed previously was released as if it was being discharged. It happened to land on a disheveled youth. At the same time, Xiao Changtian, who had just returned to the courtyard, heard the system notification in his mind. Ding! Disciple recruitment mission. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Everyone here is trash-ally. Chapter 171, Everyone here is trash-ally. Ding! Release the mission of taking in a disciple and take in a person with boundless luck as a disciple. Reward, host's charm +1. The system notification sounded. Charisma? What use is this? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Before this, the system had at least given him some calligraphy skill +1, or painting skill. Now, I'll directly add your charisma. What was the use of a hammer when it came to charisma? This was the world of immortal cultivators. Could an immortal cultivator kill you with a single slap? In the world of cultivation, martial arts were the most respected. In this place, only with absolute strength could one become the target of everyone's pursuit and become an existence that everyone focused on. The charm of the system was getting worse and worse. Xiao Changtian sighed. The door was open? Someone stole something? Walking to the front of the courtyard, Xiao Changtian saw that the door was open and there was no one inside. Most importantly, the door to his room was open. Could it be? My gold. Xiao Changtian was shocked. His house was filled with gold. If a thief entered, he must have gone to steal his gold. Thinking of the gold, Xiao Changtian rushed in. As the dark castle was destroyed, A hole appeared on the sea surface, and the fate of the human race, sea race, demon race, and demon race leaked out. A large amount of luck quietly spread in the space. Things like luck were hard to grasp and erratic. Those black-robed protectors were also at a loss for a moment. "Fatty, let's go." The turtle directly glanced at it, seeing that nothing had happened and that it hadn't been completely destroyed. This wasn't considered going against its master's request, so it leisurely left on top of Fatty Rongrong's head. After 2 hours, the breach in the dark citadel was finally sealed. In a forest, the dissipated fate energy gathered together and condensed again. Not far away, a youth was holding a tattered piece of papyrus paper, which was filled with densely packed words. But among them, the two big characters are impressively striking dash. A letter of divorce. However, it wasn't that he had divorced someone else. It was that he had been divorced by someone else and even had one of his legs broken. He was trembling as he walked. "Nailan Yen, just you wait. 30 years is the west of the river, 30 years is the east of the river. Don't bully the poor. I'll definitely come up the mountain to challenge him again." The young man's name was Futian, and he was an orphan. He had no parents, and people even joked that he had jumped out of a rock. However, the previous Futian was a true genius. Countless people pursued him. Countless beauties threw themselves into his arms. Only Nailan Yen had grown up with him in the village and cultivated together with him. Originally, the two of them were engaged when they were young. However, since a year ago, everything he did began to be unlucky, and his cultivation plummeted. He had even become immortal. Just like that, Nailan Yen dumped him. He even scolded him for being disappointing and began to produce a heart of retreat, and followed the peak master of the incense burner peak to run away. Futian was naturally furious. Every month he would challenge Censor Peak, but every time, he would be beaten black and blue. This was the most serious one. "But why am I so unlucky? When I was born, the immortal told me that 5 tails of luck had gathered around me and that I had the appearance of an emperor. But why is it gone now?" Fu Tian was puzzled. "Sigh, it seems that if I challenge him again, one wonder if my leg will recover after 2 months." Futian walked on the road and looked at the divorce papers. Actually, he had already given up on Nailan Yen. What they were fighting for now was just one last breath. The only part of Nailan Yan's memories that remained were those of hatred. Futian limped along the road. When the mass of qi condensed from Providence saw Futian walk over, it turned into a gust of wind and entered Futian's mind with a whoosh. Futian was stunned for a moment. Then, a large book appeared in his mind. There was also a lone figure looking at him and smiling at him. "Come and find me to be your master. This book is for you." The figure merely smiled and disappeared from the space. On the big book, he could vaguely see 2 big words on the cover. "Human book." Fu Tian was extremely surprised. He tried to open the book in his mind. In an instant, countless golden tadpole-like characters surged into his body and mind. Wang 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 wang. His mind could not help but tremble. His body was completely wrapped in a golden ocean. A day passed. The young man opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be lightning flashing in his mind. Boom! The youth punched out, and a golden fist shadow directly shattered the 100,000 mountains. "Me? So fierce?" Fu Tian was overjoyed. His face was filled with surprise as he turned to look at Incense Burner Peak. With a stomp, Futian instantly arrived at the main hall. "Futian? Why is it you, kid? You still dare to come back?" His other 2 legs are about to break too." Didn't he already lose one? Why do he still have 2? A series of mocking voices rang out. "Futian, I've already divorced you. There's nothing between the 2 of us now." A weak person who was in the arms of an 896-year-old man, the sect master of Incense Burner Peak, said coquettishly. "Naughty." The sect leader of Incense Burner Peak slapped her butt. The beauty immediately let out a coquettish cry. "Oh, This caused the essence blood of the experts of Incense Burner Peak to surge. One came back to take revenge. Those who beat me up before, step forward. Futian didn't care about Nailin Yen at all. He looked at the crowd and said arrogantly, Kid, do you really want to break all 3 legs? The expert who interrupted him earlier said coldly, even if you have 3 legs, I can fulfill your wish. We can do it. Why don't you choose one? The cultivators sitting on the seats had savage smiles on their faces. A mere mortal still thought that he was the Futian from before. If any one of them went out, they could beat Ba Futian half to death. You bunch of trash, come at me together. Fu Tian said disdainfully. He touched his nose, then extended his right arm, gave a thumbs up, and rotated it 180 degrees. Taunt. Naked mockery. Futian, how dare you call us trash? The experts present all revealed furious expressions. That's right, you're trash. All of you here are trash. Futian said disdainfully. Chapter 172 Chapter 172, Not a single one can fight. _1. Chapter 172, Not a single one can fight. _1. Futian, you're courting death. If you want to die, well, fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. All the cultivators flew up from their seats. To them, Futian was courting death. The people of Incense Burner Peak were very willing to help. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Enlon Spear. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Quote, all the strong players in the arena used their own killing moves. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Just their names alone carried an incomparable pressure. These powerful moves exploded with terrifying light in the void, turning into a rainbow. Boom! The rainbow descended like a huge mountain. Futian's figure appeared extremely petite. Hee trash. Futian mocked him and punched out. The terrifying power instantly shattered the rainbow. The terrifying power collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dust fell to the ground. The experts of Sensor Peak all fell to the ground. Impossible! But how did you suddenly become so strong? The cultivators looked at Futian in disbelief. Futian was too strong, so strong that they could not defeat him even if they joined forces. However, Futian did not answer them. He only looked at the people lying on the ground and said, you didn't take my life before, so I'll let you live now. Futian's expression was calm, but in his mind, he was grateful to that immortal. That expert asked me to go and find a master, but where should I go to find a senior? Fu Tian was slightly puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Nailin Yen ran over, knelt on the ground and hugged his thigh, saying, Brother Futian, they forced me to do this before. Now, take me away. The sect leader of Incense Burner Peak hurriedly explained, Futian, she volunteered. Otherwise, I would have snatched her long ago. Brother Futian, he is lying. He saw that you are strong and was afraid. He is lying. Nailin Yen hurriedly explained. What about you? You saw that I was strong, so you betrayed others to please me? Futian looked at him coldly. Brother Futian, one love you. I just did something wrong, Nailin Yen was still explaining. However, Futian kicked her in the face. Get lost. With a single kick, Nailin Yen fell to the ground, then ran away from Incense Burner Peak. It was not until they had run far away that Fu Tian complained, why isn't there any cultivation technique related to flying in the human book? Running is so tiring. Master, just you wait. I'll go find you now. After he had mocked her, he continued to run with all his might. On Sensor Peak, the farce had ended. Everyone was still immersed in the shock from before. Clearly, they had not expected Futian to become so powerful. It was simply unbelievable. Peak Master, I was just stalling just now to get you to ask for help. I was doing it for you. You have to believe me. Nailin Yen ran over again and threw herself into the embrace of the Peak Master of Incense Burner Peak. Fuck you. However, The peak master of Incense Burner Peak sent her flying with a slap. If it weren't for this woman, his censer peak would have provoked Fu Tian and almost been destroyed. His 80th birthday would have almost become a funeral. Following that, Nalan Yen was directly sent out of Incense Burner Peak under the slap of the powerful cultivator from Incense Burner Peak. You heartless people who only know how to play with women's feelings. I will come back. Nalan Yan's gaze was fiercely fixed on the censer peak before her as her back disappeared into the setting sun. Just like that, Fu Tian ran. Along the way, he crossed mountains and rivers. When he encountered a sea that he could not cross, he directly found a big demon and fought it. The big demon was beaten until it was obedient and brought him across the sea. Day after day passed. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian hurriedly walked into the room. He wanted to see if his gold was still there. If it was stolen, it would be a huge loss. However, just as he entered the room, he saw Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao was in the room. She lifted his bed and rummaged through Xiao Changtian's wardrobe. What are you doing? Xiao Changtian was sure that it wasn't a thief, so he was relieved. However, he looked at Lin Ruomiao, who was acting suspiciously, and asked, Master. Lin Ruomiao was shocked when she heard the voice and quickly turned her head to kneel down. What are you doing in my room? Xiao Changtian asked. The most valuable thing in his room was the gold. However, Lin Ruomiao didn't take the gold, but casually rummaged through his bed. What was she doing? Master. Lin Ruomiao lowered her head and stuttered with a guilty look. Speak, Xiao Changtian said. I'm sorry, Master. I wanted to look for the secret manual in your room. Lin Ruomiao knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. She originally wanted to enter the room and find Lin Feng's cultivation manual. She wanted to learn it herself and kill those cultivators as soon as possible to avenge the Lin family. Who would have thought that Xiao Changtian would come back so soon? Secret manual? Xiao Changtian was stunned. What secret manual could he have? The Earth Dog Fist and Mortal Dao scripture seemed to be. Xiao Changtian remembered that Lin Ruomiao seemed to have borrowed the Mortal Dao scripture from Yi Fan. Could it be that Lin Ruomiao wanted this? That was true. His family was broken and he was still eating and drinking freely here. Clearly, he had a burden in his heart and definitely wanted to do something like Yi Fan. Ding! Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. An ancient book appeared in Xiao Changtian's hand. Skyblade. It can't be a guidebook for hairdressing, right? Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. Because of the precedent of the previous two cultivation methods, Xiao Changtian had learned to be smart. He flipped to the first page and saw 3 big words. Wash. Cut. Blow. Grass. As expected. Xiao Changtian revealed a look of realization. However, this book was enough for Lin Ruomiao now. She could learn how to cut hair, wash and blow hair for others, and she could be self-sufficient. She didn't have to bear such a huge psychological burden anymore. Take it. This book is for you. If you study it seriously, it will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Xiao Changtian handed the Heaven Blade to Lin Ruomiao. Seeing this book, Lin Ruomiao was overjoyed. It must be a cultivation technique given to her by Xiao Changtian. She immediately said gratefully, Thank you, Master. I'll definitely do my best to live up to your expectations. Lin Ruomiao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he walk out and instruct Yi Fan, go out and buy some of the ingredients that I pointed out. I'll roast a tiger for you today. Yes, sir. Yi Fan replied and went to buy ingredients. As for Fu Tian, he had challenged all the sects along the way and arrived at Dayong town. Sigh, none of them can hit me. Chapter 173 Chapter 173 Chapter 173 Can Immortal Beat a Chasm? Chapter 173 Chapter 173 Can Immortal Beat a Chasm? _1. How lonely it is to be invincible. Fu Tian walked on the streets with a proud expression. He had fought all the way from the small mountain village in the victorious East Continent. No leisure sect was his match. It was just that he heard that Yi Fan of the West Bull Continent seemed to be extraordinary. A single axe could split the entire West Bull Continent apart with a casual slash. He wondered if that was true. "Boss, give me 2 caddies of beef and 3 caddies of white wine." Fu Tian found a small restaurant and sat down, his face filled with loneliness. No opponent. He still couldn't find his master. How boring. I wonder what strength master has. If one fight master, can I defeat master? Fu Tian thought about it for a while and decided not to think about it. When he saw his master, he would fight with his master first. Wouldn't there be an outcome? If he was really beaten up by his master, then he would talk nicely. If he was beaten up, he would stand upright, apologize to his master, and earnestly learn from his master. If they beat him, Fu Tian did not know how to address his master. "Your meat and your wine." After a short while, the waiter served all the beef and white wine that Fu Tian had ordered. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Hey, where are you going?" The waiter was just being polite. Guests from the south and north went to many places. There weren't many people who could tell him the truth. "Shopkeeper, let me ask you, are there any cultivation sects in this area? The kind with a high reputation and great strength?" Fu Tian asked. "Immortal cultivation sect? Are you going to take me as your master?" The Great Sun Sect's nearby Great Sun Sect was a good place. The waiter replied. "Does the Great Sun Sect have any experts?" Fu Tian asked again. "Yes, there is. Taoist Great Sun, Taoist Red Sun, and the few experts who came later are all top-notch experts." The waiter praised him generously. The existence of the Great Sun Sect was extremely meaningful to the residents of Great Sun Town. Whether it was a flood, next year's drought, or bandits robbing houses, the Great Sun Sect would take care of it. Under the jurisdiction of the Great Sun Sect, the mortals could live and work in peace. These commoners had respect for the Great Sun Immortal from the bottom of their hearts. Which direction is the Great Sun Sect? Fu Tian did not care about this. He only wanted to challenge him now, so he immediately asked. "In that direction." The waiter pointed at a huge mountain. The mountain peak looked extremely bright red, as if there was a sun behind it. "Got it." Fu Tian stood up, clapped his hands, wiped the beef off his mouth, and left. "Hey, objective, you haven't paid yet and you want to leave?" The waiter pulled him back. Paying for food was a matter of course. "Pay." "Oh, one forgot." Fu Tian smiled and touched his money pouch. However, with 2 popping sounds, the air in the purse exploded. It was empty. No money. "This is a small shop, we don't buy on credit." The waiter's face darkened. "Wait, I'll go get it now." A look of shame appeared on Fu Tian's face. He was an invincible expert, and it would be a shame if he didn't have money. His first reaction was to run away. It was too embarrassing. He absolutely could not let anyone remember his face. From the moment he obtained cultivation and became an invincible cultivator, Fu Tian had already established his life goal. Become the strongest human. However, if the future #1 expert of the human race was to be smeared with such a dark history. Fu Tian was already imagining this scene in his mind. It was a day in the future when he was crowned king and stood at the highest point of the human race. Tens of thousands of people chased after him and shouted for him to live forever. However, a mortal suddenly ran out and stood in front of you, saying loudly, he didn't pay for his meal. Fu Tian felt like he had lost all his face. He would run away now, and when he had money in the future, he would make it up to the boss. Now, of course, we have to run. At the thought of this, Fu Tian stomped his foot. He had already accumulated his strength and was ready to escape. In a flash, the sword passed through a street. Only then did the waiter react. Fai hurriedly shouted, "Dine and dash, catch him." The people of Daong Town immediately reacted. An outsider was eating and dash here. And now, he still wanted to escape. Therefore, the person who bought the handmade noodles picked up the rolling pin, and the person who bought the hairpin directly held the hairpin in his hand. On the street, they directly chased and intercepted Fu Tian. Fu Tian was dumbfounded. There were actually so many people coming to capture him. Wasn't it because he didn't have the money to pay now? Run! Fu Tian was even more convinced of his own 36 stratagems, and that running was the best. With his immense cultivation, how could the ordinary residents of Daong town catch up to him? In a flash, he had shaken off the people behind him and ran into the next alley. However, in this alley, there was also a crowd chasing after them. Only the road ahead is still unobstructed. There is only one mortal who is taking care of his health. Run from here. With a simple scan of his spiritual will, he immediately determined the escape route. He had no choice. He didn't want to fly. If he could fly, he would have flown away long ago. Master, you're so cunning. Why didn't you teach me how to fly when you gave me peerless cultivation? Fu Tian complained with a sad face. Then, he fled from the street Yi Fan came from. Cultivators? When Yi Fan saw Fu Tian, he was slightly stunned. The Fu Tian in front of him was not weak. But why was he running away in a panic? Could it be that he was being hunted down? Yi Fan, that's a dine and dash. Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him escape. The waiter and Yi Fan could be considered old acquaintances because some seasonings still needed to be bought from the restaurant. As time passed, the two of them became familiar with each other. The waiter saw that Yi Fan was an honest person and liked him very much. Every time he gave him more seasoning powder. What, dine and dash? Yi Fan frowned. The Fu Tian in front of him was covered in brocade from top to bottom. The fabric of his clothes was extremely precious. One look and one could tell that he was not the kind of person who lacked money. Moreover, he was a cultivator. However, such a person actually didn't pay for his meal. You can't leave. Yi Fan casually stretched out his hand. Fu Tian, who had already run dozens of meters in front of him, suddenly felt the space around him change. Then, he felt as if his neck was being grabbed. Mortal, you want to stop me? Fu Tian looked at Yi Fan and asked with a frown. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 The Appearance of the Hot Shot, 1. Chapter 174 The Appearance of the Hot Shot, 1. You have to pay for your meals. If you don't have money, you can stay and wash the dishes. Yi Fan grabbed Fu Tian's collar and said indifferently, if you continue like this, I'm going to make a move. I'm telling you, I'm an immortal cultivator. If one punch you, you'll die. Fu Tian frowned and said in a heavy tone. In reality, he would attack ordinary people. However, when he thought about how he would defeat his enemies all the way in the future and become the strongest existence among the human race, standing on that glorious high platform and being worshipped by everyone. Then, some people were discussing quietly below. Wasn't that person? She even washed the dishes at my place. Thinking of this, Fu Tian broke out in cold sweat. He was an invincible man. He was a man who was determined to become the king of the human race. There must not be so many black spots. After thinking for a moment, Fu Tian immediately used the true essence in his body to drive his entire body forward. He did not believe that this mortal was lucky enough to grab his collar. Now he was going all out. Let's see if this mortal was stunned. As he thought about it, he bent his legs and started running. Don't even think about running away. Pay for the waiter's meal first. However, Yi Fan's calm voice sounded in his ear. Fu Tian realized that his legs were so fast that he could not see them clearly, leaving behind countless afterimages. The shoes under his feet had already created huge sparks on the ground. However, he did not seem to understand. He felt as if he was being controlled by an extremely powerful force, and it was impossible for him to escape. Good boy, you actually hid your strength. Then I'll make my move. How could Fu Tian not understand? Yi Fan was also a powerful cultivator, but he had hidden his cultivation. On the surface, he looked like a mortal. Thinking of this, Fu Tian did not hold back. His huge fist was wrapped in spiritual power and smashed towards Yi Fan. Along the way, no immortal cultivator had been able to take his punch. Bang! Fu Tian's fist flew over. However, in the next moment, Fu Tian was stunned on the spot, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. He punched Yi Fan with his little finger, and even Yi Fan's face didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if he was bullying an ant. Fu Tian was so scared that he couldn't speak. The man in front of him was too strong. He had used all his strength, but he was actually unable to shake the person in front of him at all. You have to pay for your meal. Come back with me now. I'll supervise you to wash the dishes. Yi Fan carried Fu Tian, his expression calm. Yi Fan, you're still strong. You're strong and strong. You caught this guy in one go. The waiter ran over, panting, his face filled with joy. Let's see where you can run now. The waiter looked at Fu Tian and said fiercely. I don't want to wash the dishes. Brother, look at the spices you bought. You must be cooking at home, right? Seasonings are extremely important when it comes to cooking. You can't be a minute earlier or a second later. If you go and supervise me washing the dishes now, it will definitely delay cooking. Let me go, and I promise that I will pay you back in the future. Fu Tian had an idea. He stared at the seasoning bottle in Yi Fan's hand and said immediately, This? Yi Fan was slightly stunned. His master, his junior brothers, and his junior sisters wanted to roast tiger meat. It was indeed not good for him to return late. How about this? 1 foot 11 inches pay him. Yi Fan took out a silver ingot and handed it to the waiter. The waiter was overjoyed. Yi Fan, you're really a good person. Then, can I go now? A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Fu Tian's face. As long as he could leave, then everything would be fine. No. Since you have made a mistake, you need to be punished. I won't let you leave until the punishment is over. Yi Fan said indifferently. He carried Fu Tian and hurried back to the courtyard. In the small courtyard, there was a burst of lively sounds. Master, I can't lift your saber. Mu Jiahuang was arranged to cut the meat, but she couldn't pick up the kitchen knife. Master, these iron skewers, LDT's too heavy. I can't lift it. Su Daji said. It was Xiao Changqian's first time roasting tiger meat. He even took out all the forks that he had brought with him from under his bed, preparing to make a big meal. When he saw the women, he immediately ordered them to cut the meat and skewer it. However, when Mu Jiahuang and the others held those knives, they felt that they were heavier than Mount Tai, so heavy that they could not lift them up. You guys are usually so strong. Why are you so weak now? I can tell that you want to eat the ready-made food. Go sit over there and wait. Xiao Changtian was speechless. There's no other way. In the end, I'm the one who took on everything. Xiao Changtian let out a long sigh. He easily picked up the kitchen knife in his hand and cut open the tiger's limbs. With the system's reward of great success in saber techniques and great mastery in cooking, Xiao Changtian could cut meat as easily as a butcher cutting a cow. In a short while, Xiao Changtian had cut the tiger meat into small pieces. His speed of putting on the skewers wasn't slow either. It only took him 15 minutes to finish. Jiu, you roast it? Xiao Changtian saw that the preparations were complete, so he decided to let Jiu go and roast the skewers. He needed to rest on the recliner for a while. He was tired from working. In order to prevent the sudden death of his previous life from happening again, Xiao Changtian was very cautious. Whenever his body felt unwell, he would take medicine and rest. But one can't carry it. Mu Jiahuang lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Master's stick was blessed with laws. Take it. One don't believe that you can't carry it. It's not like it's anything heavy. Xiao Changtian frowned and handed a skewer to Mu Jiahuang. Mu Jiahuang was helpless. She gathered all her true essence and prepared to take the skewers that were as big as Mount Tai. However, nothing happened when the skewer was placed in her hands. Look, you're just trying to be lazy. These sticks don't weigh much. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes. Mu Jiahuang hurriedly nodded, not understanding why. Naturally, it was Master who gave the orders to these iron skewers. A deep and ancient voice sounded. I see. Thank you, Senior Divine Dragon. Mu Jiahuang nodded and gestured to the golden arowana in the pond. Xiao Changtan was lying down on the rocking chair. Comfortable. Xiao Changtian even wanted to take a nap, but the system notifications sounded at this moment. Ding! A genius with luck has appeared. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. So it's my eldest senior brother. Chapter 175. So it's my eldest senior brother. A hotshot? Disciple? Quote. Xiao Changtian was delighted and sat up from the recliner. This was good. Since his disciple was here, he naturally had to hurry up and take in a disciple. Completing the system's mission as soon as possible could open the path to invincibility. As for the rewards, forget it. Xiao Changtian had never looked forward to the system's rewards. He had just transmigrated in the early stages, so he was still full of anticipation. Until now, the system was getting more and more stingy. It was simply not human. That's right. The system isn't human to begin with. Xiao Changtian stood up and prepared to leave the courtyard to welcome his disciple. But very quickly, Yi Fan entered the small courtyard one step ahead of him. Furthermore, he was holding a Futian in his hand. Let me go, let me go. Initially, Futian was still making a ruckus. However, when he walked into the small courtyard, it became quiet in an instant. This was because he sensed a few powerful auras sweeping over. One soars in the 9 heavens and shocks the giant dragon in the universe, just like a god, ignoring him. A phoenix with an endless fire domain burning around its body emitted 7-colored divine light. A divine dog with 1 foot moving horizontally and a universe star as a chess piece that wanted to devour the sky and the moon. A white tiger that stood at the end of the heavens and crushed countless stars with 1 foot. An ant that walked out of the chaos, and a monkey that moved the world. These few shadows appeared in his mind. He was carried by Yi Fan and did not dare to move at all. He was extremely obedient, as if he was petrified on the spot. What is this place? Fu Tian struggled to turn his neck and looked at the people in the courtyard respectfully. The muscular man gave off an immense power. That youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was like an unsheathed green peak, incomparably fierce. Yi Fan swept his gaze over everyone. Everyone gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even if he put him down and fought with everyone in front of him alone, he seemed to be no match for them. Heavens! What the hell was this place? How could there be so many experts? Fortunately, there's still a mortal. Futian heaved a sigh of relief. He could sense Xiao Changtian's aura. He could sense that Xiao Changtian didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations around him. He was just a mortal. It's good that someone is noob than me. Only then did Fu Tian relax a little. He turned to look at Xiao Chang'an, wanting to see this unlucky guy. But when he looked over, he was dumbfounded. He felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. Xiao Changtian was dressed in a green robe. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament. The key was that he exuded an unparalleled charm at all times. As she had just stood up, her back was facing Futian. That back. Fuck, a plant. Is that the master who gave me the cultivation technique previously? Fu Tian was stunned. This back view was exactly the same as the back view in his mind. The most important thing was that kind of otherworldly temperament, unrestrained and ethereal. Master! Futian was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet his master here. Everyone stared at Futian in confusion. Who is this person? Is he your disciple, second senior brother? Diwu Jing asked. No, I don't know him. Wang Miaosho shook her head. No, he's a little hooligan who ate in a restaurant without paying. Yi Fan lifted Futian up and said calmly. You're not paying. Who is it? When Xiao Changtian heard that someone was trying to dine and dash, he immediately turned his head. In Daong town, wouldn't he be beaten to death? However, when he turned around and saw Fu Tian, the system notified him. Ding! The hotshot has locked onto Fu Tian. This is my disciple? Xiao Changtian was stunned. He did not expect Yi Fan to directly bring it back for him. That Yi Fan put him down first? Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes, master. Yi Fan nodded and put Fu Tian down. Master, I've been looking for you so hard. After being put down, Fu Tian immediately cried and hugged Xiao Changtian's thigh. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He hadn't accepted a disciple yet, so why did this disciple suddenly become his disciple? Also, this disciple didn't pay for his meal in the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant had a very good relationship with him. If he were to pursue this matter, it would be difficult to say. Fu Tian, why didn't you pay after you finished eating? Xiao Changtian asked with his hands behind his back. Although he was a hotshot, he didn't pay for his meals. What was going on? The disciples of Xiao Changtian should at least have good conduct. Master, it's not that I don't want to pay. I really don't have any money left. Fu Tian hurriedly said. Then why did you run? Yi Fan asked again. Fu Tian looked at Yi Fan, not knowing how to express his thoughts at that time. It was too embarrassing. The peak of the human race? The people in this small courtyard couldn't beat him. His face was flushed red, feeling that he was too chunibyu. Master, I felt embarrassed, so I ran away. Helplessly, Fu Tian still spoke out his inner thoughts at that time. There were so many powerful existences in the small courtyard. He understood that there was no point in lying. I see. Yi Fan nodded, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He could tell that Fu Tian was not lying. But, when did you become a disciple? Jiang Beichen asked curiously. Fu Tian kept calling him master, and his master did not seem to refute him. A few days ago, Master's divine essence left his body and asked me to come and take him as my master, said Fu Tian. Divine essence unsheathed? Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. He was just a mortal, how could he know about divine essence leaving his body? Xiao Changtian thought for a while and nodded. That's right, he will be your 8th junior brother from now on. Xiao Changtian didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely the system's doing. If it wasn't for the system, where would the divine essence leave his body come from? 8th junior brother, we got to know each other through fighting. I'm your eldest senior brother, Yi Fan. Yi Fan helped Fu Tian up. Fu Tian was shocked. No wonder he could not fight back when facing Yi Fan. So it was his eldest brother. No wonder he had such strength. Greetings, eldest senior brother, Fu Tian said respectfully to Yi Fan. After that, Fu Tian got to know his fellow disciples again. Not long after, Mu Jiahuang had finished roasting the tiger meat. Everyone eats barbecue. Mu Jiahuang shouted and brought the skewers over. Everyone sat around the table. It was a little crowded, but everyone was happy. They picked up the tiger meat and took a bite. The power in Tiger Demon Emperor's body was absorbed by the disciples. Waves of aura fluctuations, especially Su Daji. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. This person is the human emperor? He's the human emperor's master. Chapter 176. This person is the human emperor? He's the human emperor's master. Buzz. 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 The group of disciples took a bite. The roasted tiger meat skewers sizzled with oil, and the fragrance assailed their noses. Delicious. Chu Iren's younger sister said. Her fair and playful face was already smeared with 2 streaks of oil, with cumin and chili on top. Jiao, your craftsmanship is not bad. You've improved. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Jiao's cooking skills were only average. Master has taught me well. Mu Jiahuang replied respectfully. Su Daji was eating the softness of the tiger power demon emperor. The spiritual power in her body was constantly expanding. It was originally a member of the demon race and could continuously become stronger by devouring its companions. The true essence in its body was soaring at a rapid speed. The courtyard was filled with joy. However, outside the small courtyard, the barefoot emperor was rushing over in a hurry. His face was filled with panic. Ever since he had guessed Xiao Changtian's identity, which was likely to be the reincarnation of the human sovereign realm, he had already made up his mind. Finally, he arrived at the courtyard. "Senior, please save me." As soon as the barefoot emperor appeared, Mo Shingu, Xing Tianzi, and the others hurriedly put down the skewers in their hands and ran out to set up the array formation again. "Senior, please save me." However, the barefoot emperor remained kneeling on the ground and showed no intention of attacking. He kept kowtowing. This was the reincarnation of the human ruler, the emperor of the human race, and the hope of leading the rise of the human race in the future. The barefoot emperor would not dare to offend him. "Someone is asking for help. Let him in," Xiao Changtian said lightly. "Yes." Mo Shingu and the other three nodded and stepped aside. The barefooted emperor was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked the four of them and ran in with a foot in his hand. "Senior, please save me." Barefoot emperor knelt in front of Xiao Changtian, his voice shrill. Xiao Changtian frowned as he saw the foot in the hand of the barefoot emperor. "Your foot was cut off? You're seriously injured." Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. "Yes, senior, please save us. We wanted to offend you before. Please forgive us and save us once." The barefoot emperor kneeled on the ground, trembling. Facing the human emperor, he stuttered so hard that he couldn't think of any other idiom. He could only apologize frantically. "Forgive you?" Xiao Changtian was stunned. "Do we know each other?" Seeing Xiao Changtian's confusion, Zhang Fenglei said, "Senior, this person and his companion came to the small courtyard to cause trouble in the middle of the night and were chased away by us." "Is there such a thing?" Xiao Changtian frowned and his brain started working. Soon, his eyes lit up and he sorted out the situation. See, this person wanted to steal something in the middle of the night, but the guards chased him away. Later on, the two of them were injured, but they heard that in the entire Dayong town, only he knew some medical skills. Xiao Changtian felt that he was very smart. "Then are you sincerely repenting now?" Xiao Changtian looked at the barefooted emperor. The barefoot emperor hurriedly nodded. The human emperor had known about their secret plan from the start. Hiss. Fortunately, human emperor had held back. "Senior, my companion and I will definitely turn over a new leaf. We will definitely not do such despicable things," the barefoot emperor said solemnly. However, Xiao Changtian knew that the words spoken in a moment of desperation did not count. "How about this? I can treat the two of you, but after you recover, you have to stay in Dayong town and help the residents do odd jobs for 3 years. Xiao Changtian decided to use labor education to punish them. Not only would it allow the mortals of Dayong town to have more helpers, but it would also allow the person in front of him to obtain a sense of happiness and accomplishment from labor. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Yes, sir." The barefoot emperor was overjoyed when he heard the conditions. He thought Xiao Changtian would imprison them again. But now, they were only helping the mortals of Dayong town. To them, it was simply too easy. "Jiuhe, Futian, come with me." Xiao Changtian called Mu Jiuhuang and his new disciple, Futian. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make Futian receive his punishment. "Yes." Mu Jiuhuang and Futian nodded. After that, Xiao Changtian bandaged the barefooted emperor's foot. Then, he was carried by Futian to the forest. No need. One can walk by myself." Being carried by a disciple of the human emperor made the barefooted emperor feel weak. The disciples of the human emperor were all supreme existences in the world. Even the weakest among them was a 9th-grade great emperor. Unlike him and Yin Jiufeng, although they were great emperors, they were only the weakest 1st-grade great emperors. The Great Emperor would only step into the Great Emperor realm after the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The 9th level of the Mahayana realm, the first level of the first level, was extremely difficult. Was it difficult? Every level of the 9th level of the martial monarch realm was equivalent to the white heaven. To be able to become a 5th grade Great Emperor, one would have to be an expert of their era. But for the disciples of Renhuang, eating was as easy as drinking water. Soon they arrived at the forest. Your companion is seriously injured. I need to perform surgery now. You guys help me. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Yes. The few of them hurriedly nodded. The Barefoot Emperor and Fu Tian were arranged to fetch water. Mu Jiahuang was helping him from the side. Fellow Taoist, I don't think you're one of Senior's disciples, right? The Barefoot Emperor asked with a smile. The man in the skull mask had not given him any information about Fu Tian. No, I just received Master's Divine Yuan Strength Transmission. Within a few days, Fu Tian said lightly and told him about his experiences over the past few days. After saying that, the water was filled. You will come later, I will go first. Fu Tian left in front. The Barefoot Emperor was stunned. In just a few days, he had gone from an unlucky person to a hot shot. This sounded like a fantasy. The Barefoot Emperor frowned and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he stood up, the withered leaves on the spot where Fu Tian had sat before turned green again, and the withered grass regained its vitality. He could not help but worship the golden power. Human Emperor. The Barefoot Emperor knelt on the ground and looked at the golden aura in front of him. He was shocked. Is that the innate Renhuang Qi? The Renhuang Qi that only Renhuangs possess. How can this be? Even if a Renhuang gives his aura to a disciple, it will still turn into postnatal Renhuang aura? The Barefoot Emperor kneeled, his brows furrowed in disbelief. He didn't understand why such a situation had occurred. Then, an extremely terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Fu Tian is the Renhuang? That senior is the master of the human emperor. The Barefoot Emperor was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Chapter 177 Chapter 177 As expected of the human emperor, we can't beat him. Underscore. Chapter 177 As expected of the human emperor, we can't beat him. Underscore I. The Barefoot Emperor was completely petrified. Fu Tian was the Renhuang, so that's senior. It was the supreme of Renhuang. The human emperor was the emperor of the human race. Who could be the master of the human emperor? What kind of expert was that? The Barefoot Emperor slapped his own face twice, snapping him out of his shock. No, I'll let Yin Jiufeng analyze it after he recovers. My brain is not working well, so I must be wrong. Perhaps Fu Tian was only contaminated by Senior's aura. The Barefoot Emperor thought as he hurried back. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was already operating on Yin Jiufeng. Xiao Changtian was holding a pair of big scissors with a determined look on his face as he cut Yin Jiufeng's tendons. Hiss! The Barefoot Emperor was scared silly. How was this a rescue? He was clearly harming people. The Barefoot Emperor was terrified. I knew it. Why would Senior forget about the past and treat Yin Jiufeng? It turns out that you want to torture the two of us. He wants Yin Jiufeng to die a tragic death in great pain. As for me, he wants me to collapse in fear and become a lunatic. The Barefoot Emperor held his head, not daring to look. His entire body trembled. He could even hear Yin Jiufeng's screams from time to time. Xiao Changtian was speechless. He was also on the verge of collapse. They had come in a hurry, but they had forgotten to bring the anesthetic. Now that Yin Jiufeng was screaming, there was nothing they could do. However, when the screams entered his mind, he became even more frightened and curled up into a ball. Don't kill me. Oh, don't kill me. The Barefoot Emperor held his head and leaned against the tree as he muttered. Until Mu Jiahuang walked over and looked at him in confusion. Your companion has already woken up. What are you doing here? Mu Jiahuang stared at the Barefoot Emperor. She could feel that the strength of these two people was not simple. In fact, he was far above her. Oh! The barefoot emperor opened his eyes and saw that Yin Jiofeng had been resurrected. His face was pale. What is it? Yin Jiofeng is not dead yet. The barefooted emperor was stunned. Even the blood vessels of the Yin Jiofeng had been cut off, yet he was resurrected. He had vaguely seen the senior sewing Yin Jiofeng up with a needle and thread, as if he was going to be a puppet. I didn't die. Yin Jiofeng walked over and said weakly. You really didn't die? The barefoot emperor was confused. Could this Yin Jiofeng be a puppet? It was very possible. He decided to test it. A great emperor he once knew told him that the puppets he refined would not feel pain. Take your companion to clean up. Remember not to touch the wound. Xiao Changtian walked over with the surgical tools and said lightly. All right. The barefoot emperor nodded and immediately supported Yin Jiofeng to the edge of the lake. A plan had already formed in his mind. He wanted to test Yin Jiofeng when he wasn't paying attention. If Yin Jiofeng was attacked by him and cried out in pain and became angry, it would prove that he was not a puppet but had really been revived. If Yin Jiofeng didn't feel any pain, then he should run away quickly. All right, squat down. I'll help you wash up. When they arrived at the lake, the barefoot emperor asked Yin Jiofeng to sit down on the green stone slab beside them. Yes. Yin Jiofeng nodded and sat down. However, just as he sat down, a large foot came straight at his back. Bang! Yin Jiofeng flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a big tree in front of him, breaking the whole tree. Oh, barefoot, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Yin Jiofeng stared coldly at the barefoot emperor. He was still in a severely injured state. His head was on the ground, his hands were behind his back, and his buttocks were facing the sky. The posture was extremely beautiful. This, can you call it pain? The barefoot emperor was stunned. If he could feel the pain, it meant that Yin Jiofeng was still alive and had not been sutured into a zombie. That was great. Yin Jiofeng was still alive. Could it be that Senior is really saving people, instead of killing people? Oh my God, what kind of terrifying medical skills is this? The barefooted emperor's face was once again filled with shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Resurrection? Could this be the art of revival? The barefoot emperor was confused. You bastard, quickly help me up. My true essence is still sealed. Yin Jiofeng cursed. Oh. The barefoot emperor nodded and walked over. He wrapped his arms around Yin Jiofeng's waist and prepared to help him up. Xiao Changtian happened to pass by. He saw the barefoot emperor hugging Yin Jiofeng's waist, while Yin Jiofeng was kneeling on the ground with his butt sticking out. Hiss! Xiao Changtian was stunned. Cough cough, his injuries are still serious now. This kind of exercise can wait for the future. Xiao Changtian coughed twice and left in a hurry. Awkward. It was too awkward. He did not expect that these two people were actually. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Xiao Changtian shook his head and threw it to the back of his mind. What is Senior talking about? The barefoot emperor was stunned. As for Yin Jiofeng, he was completely enraged. He swore that after he recovered from his injuries, he would let Barefoot know why the flowers were so red. Yin Jiofeng sat down again under the support of the barefooted emperor. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? The barefoot emperor looked at Yin Jiofeng in confusion. He scratched his feet in confusion and his face revealed a puzzled expression. Yin Nine Wind, dash. Right, I suspect that our previous guess was wrong. That Senior is not the human emperor. The barefoot emperor spoke again. Not human emperor. Yin Jiofeng was shocked. Xiao Changtian was not a Renhuang, so how could he kill the clone of the demon god? Senior's disciple, Fu Tian, might be the true Renhuang. Previously, I went to work with him alone. The barefoot emperor recounted his guesses in detail. Impossible. Since Fu Tian was a Renhuang, he must be the strongest of the human race. How could there be anyone who could become his master? Even if the Renhuang reincarnates, he still carries boundless fate. It was absolutely impossible for a human to suppress him. Yin Jiufeng shook his head. However, the aura on Fu Tian's body is definitely not fake. The Barefoot Emperor was puzzled. As a great emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken about the aura of a Ren Huang. How about this? I'll think of a way to test it again. I know that when the reincarnation of the human ruler encounters danger, he will be blessed by boundless providence. Then we'll... Chapter 178 Chapter 178, Start of the Crimson Moon, 1. Chapter 178, Start of the Crimson Moon, 1. Yin Jiufeng and the Barefoot Great Emperor had discussed this matter. They would quietly knock out Fu Tian and test if they could kill him to see if a miracle would happen. Good. The Barefoot Emperor nodded. The human ruler carried the highest fate of the human race. As long as he was a human ruler, he could turn misfortune into fortune when he encountered danger. Fellow Taoist Fu Tian, come here for a moment. The Barefoot Emperor shouted with a smile. Me? Is there anything? Fu Tian asked in puzzlement as he walked over. Just now, his master had even instructed him to try his best to stay away from these two people and not have too much contact with them in private. Fu Tian remembered his master's words and stared at the two of them warily, but he did not show it on his face. Fellow Taoist Fu Tian, I don't know how to treat this wound. Can you help me? Yin Jiufeng said. As Yin Jiufeng spoke, he gave the Barefoot Emperor a look. The Barefoot Emperor understood that he was about to make his move. Where? Fu Tian asked. Only now did he understand why his master wanted him to keep a distance from these two people. It turned out that these two were a little stupid and didn't even know how to treat such a small injury. My calf, Yin Jiufeng said. Wait here, Fu Tian said impatiently and squatted down. He observed it briefly and found that the cloth used to stop the bleeding had only cracked. Immediately, Fu Tian started to tie Yin Jiufeng up with sackcloth. The Barefoot Emperor nodded. Now that Fu Tian was squatting, it was a good opportunity to knock him out. The Barefoot Emperor smiled, his palm in the shape of a blade. A palm blade slashed towards Fu Tian's neck. He could guarantee that with this palm strike, Fu Tian would definitely faint. However, his palm had just landed halfway when he was suddenly shocked. Fu Tian tore half of the linen cloth and then turned around to get a new one. Just as Fu Tian's neck moved away, Yin Jiufeng's thigh was right below. It was already too late for the Barefoot Emperor to stop. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the palm strike landed on Yin Jiufeng's thigh. What's wrong? Fu Tian also heard the sound of something shattering and raised his head to ask. No, it's nothing. Yin Jiufeng gritted his teeth. His pale face had turned the color of a pig's liver due to the pain. However, if he told the truth, his plan would be exposed. He could only grit his teeth and stare at the barefooted emperor with a smile. The Barefoot Emperor felt a chill run down his spine and retracted his hand in embarrassment. Then I'll continue changing the linen for you. Fu Tian shook his head. These two people were talking nonsense. Be careful this time. Yin Jiufeng stared at the Barefoot Emperor and said angrily through Zhen Yuan voice transmission. Oh. The Barefoot Emperor smiled awkwardly as he once again formed the palm blade in his hand. This time, he locked onto Fu Tian's neck and slashed down again. At the same time, he made sure that if anything unexpected happened, he could stop in time. Whoosh! The palm blade broke through the wind and slashed down again. The linen cloth doesn't seem to be enough, I'll change it. Fu Tian flashed again. This? The Barefoot Emperor was dumbfounded as he looked at his palm blade that had stopped in midair. Dodged again? This? Yin Jiufeng was also stunned. The first time was an accident, the second was luck, but the third was definitely a problem. Again, Yin Jiufeng transmitted his Zhen Yuan to the Barefoot Emperor. The Barefoot Emperor's expression turned serious. This time, he used both his palms together, turning them into two palm blades that aimed at Fu Tian. Finally, he seized the opportunity and landed on Fu Tian's neck. However, Suddenly, a huge golden page appeared in the void behind Futian. The words Book of Man were extremely eye-catching. I was wrong. Barefoot Emperor stared at the golden book. The whole person directly knelt down. That can be the legendary emperor can have the book. Yin Jiufeng was also trembling. Under the Book of Man, any great emperor would have to kneel. Yin Jiufeng's body shook and he broke away from Futian's help. He knelt down in front of Futian. What are you two doing? Fu Tian was stunned. He stood up and the huge Book of Man behind him slowly disappeared, returning to his body. Only when the pressure of the Book of Man disappeared did the Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng dare to stand up. No, it's nothing. We just suddenly cramped up. Yin Jiufeng hurriedly explained. Me too, the Barefoot Emperor said. Fu Tian looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. These two people were acting strangely, and they looked like they were not smart. I understand. Master is afraid that I will be assimilated by the two of them. Fu Tian's eyes lit up, and he looked enlightened. I see. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave. Fu Tian said calmly and turned to leave. Master's words were indeed reasonable. Yes. Yin Jiufeng and the Barefoot Emperor were still standing there like minions, not daring to move. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Fu Tian leave. It really is the human emperor. Only then did Yin Jiufeng confirm that Fu Tian was the Renhuang. However, his eyes immediately shot out a terrifying light. Then who is the master of the human emperor? He said in surprise. The two of them were stunned on the spot. It disappeared quietly. Under Xiao Changtian's lead, the two great emperors arrived at the courtyard. The two of you can stay here for the time being. After a few days, your injuries will be completely healed. When the time comes, you can help the residents of Dayong town to work. Just treat it as you paying my medical fees. Xiao Changtian ordered. Yes. The Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng nodded respectfully. Because the courtyard was relatively small, even though it had been renovated, there were so many disciples. Some disciples even brought their families. Therefore, these two people could only be arranged to stay in the woodshed. The two of us couldn't ascend in our previous lives, but the opportunity in this life has arrived. Looking at the small courtyard in front of him, Yin Jiufeng suddenly had a terrifying thought. They were able to take advantage of the opportunity of such a senior expert and take advantage of the situation. They had a chance of ascending in this life. The barefooted emperor nodded solemnly. As for the crystal ball that they used to contact the dark chamber, it was crushed by the two of them. In the dark chamber, the man wearing the white skull mask looked at the two broken crystal balls on the table and remained silent for a long time. After a full 2 hours, he said, "Speed up the progress. Within 3 days, we will completely open the door of antiquity." The message was sent out through the shadows. On the surface of the East Sea, the huge dark castle quietly released black fog. Tonight, a red moon began to appear in the sky above the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 179, Chapter 179. The Ancient Door, Open. Underscore. Chapter 179. The Ancient Door, Open. Underscore I. The crimson moon appeared, and blood began to appear in the inky sky. Countless sect experts woke up from their seclusion with shock on their faces. What's going on? Nebula Emperor looked at the red moon in the sky and frowned. He felt a terrifying sense of danger. Because the central heaven continent was close to the victorious east continent, he could clearly feel that a huge amount of luck was like a boundless sea, surging towards the dark castle. "Close the sect's grand array," said Emperor Nebula coldly. Buzz. Then, a white light curtain appeared and covered the sky above Nebula sect. The luck that was about to fly away was locked. Such a scene occurred everywhere on the Tianyuan continent. The red moon caused everyone to panic. Countless experts stared at the sky and exchanged information. Only the northern barren state. When a huge force descended, wanting to absorb the northern barren continent's fate, the golden arowana in the pool immediately jumped up and a golden dragon shadow appeared, shattering the force. The night was deep, but it was no longer quiet. On this night, countless corpses of demon beasts appeared in the forest of the demon race. Corpses littered the ground, and blood was everywhere. On the 5 seas, sea demon corpses floated. The 5 seas became a sea of blood. More and more demon beasts began to lose their consciousness. Their eyes were bloodshot and they became violent, constantly attacking humans. The night passed. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiao Changtian's face. Xiao Changtian's expression changed slightly, and he woke up. Strange, why is there a smell of blood in the air today? Xiao Changtian asked. When he walked out of the courtyard, he was surprised to find that everyone was already sitting on the stone bench, chattering as if they were discussing something. What happened? Why are you up so early? Xiao Changtian asked. He saw that everyone's expressions did not seem too good. Master, something big has happened. Last night, a red moon appeared. The fate of the entire continent seemed to have been absorbed. The demon race and the sea race went crazy and began to attack the humans. Mu Jiahuang was the first to speak. As the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor, he was naturally concerned about the safety of the continent. What is it? Is there such a thing? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Wasn't the red moon a symbol of the apocalypse? There was such a mysterious thing in the fantasy world. Master, what should we do now? Mu Jiahuang asked doubtfully. The great change on the Tianyuan continent was definitely the preparation of the Chamber of Darkness. Could it be that Master was not prepared to make a move yet? Just stay at home. Xiao Changtian spread his hands and said lightly. According to Jiu, something big had happened in the entire cultivation world. What could mortals like them do? Moreover, the demon beasts were rampant. No one would know who would come first tomorrow or the accident. They should just stay at home. With the protection of 4 immortal cultivator experts, they were still safe for the time being. Master, there are more people outside. Are they still in deep trouble? Mu Jiahuang asked again. As an expert, he naturally had the responsibility of an expert. As the 9 Phoenix Emperor, Mu Jiahuang established the 9 Phoenix Empire and found like-minded experts. Only then could the human race not be bullied by other races when they were weak. However, wasn't Master prepared to help the human race? Mu Jiahuang's face revealed a puzzled expression. Stay here. Someone will take care of this matter. Don't be hot-blooded and send yourselves to your deaths. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. He didn't expect Mu Jiahuang to be such a hot-blooded girl. He couldn't let Jiao get dizzy and go fight the wild beasts with the red-tasseled spear. This was just losing his life. The immortal cultivation world had changed greatly, so naturally, there were immortal cultivators to resolve it. They were mortals, and self-preservation was enough. Someone solved it. Mu Jiahuang revealed a puzzled expression. Her master had said so before, but now, the fate of the entire Tianyuan continent had changed. Is there really someone who can solve it? Mu Jiahuang asked again. If Senior didn't make a move, could there be any other expert on this continent who could accomplish this? Don't worry, it won't take too long. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. The powerhouses of the human race were definitely not to be trifled with. No matter which fantasy world it was, the human race had never lacked high-level powerhouses. Each of them had a shrewd plan. As for the demonic beast attack, it was very simple for the human sex to stop it. Just like now, although the people of Great Sun Town were in a state of panic, no one was injured yet. It must be that the immortal of Great Sun had already made his move. Not too long. Hearing this, Mu Jiahuang's eyes lit up. Could it be that Master had already set up a trap? It must be like this. Mu Jiahuang nodded and her face lit up. That's right. So for the time being, you have to stay at home safely. Changtian nodded. Yes, sir. Everyone present nodded. You guys stay at home and don't go anywhere. I'll go out and take a look. As for Xiao Changtian, he was going to take Goth Zi out to take a look and discuss with the great Sun Immortal. Alpha, let's go. Xiao Changtian left with Alpha. Seniors, tell me what you know. After Xiao Changtian left, Mu Jiahuang looked at the two emperors and asked. And in that place where the fog was, the middle-aged man's demonic blue smoke was floating. However, today an extremely powerful force, like a meteor, rushed from the surface of the East Sea and instantly smashed down. Clang! Clang! The ancient and weathered stone door let out a series of booming sounds, like a great bell. Behind the huge stone door, roars, wails, and bloodthirstiness came from behind. All sorts of sounds. It was as if a demon was anxious to come out from behind the stone door. Clang! Clang! The huge stone door shook. The crack that had been blasted out earlier became larger and larger. At a certain moment, it actually completely collapsed. As the crack cracked, countless dense cracks crawled over the entire stone door. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the huge stone door turned into countless tiny fragments and directly shattered in space. Countless figures flew out from the stone door at the same time, blocking the light of this world. The tyrannical power caused countless experts on the Tianyuan continent to tremble, be it the sea race, demons, or humans. The ancient door has opened. In the great sun town, the divination compass in the hands of the divination pavilion A/Laster Mo Tianji fell to the ground. In the small courtyard, Mu Jiahuang, who was sighing with the two great emperors, also had a sudden change in expression. Chapter 180 Taoist Master De Yang is still fierce ally. Chapter 180 Taoist Master De Yang is still fierce ally. The Nine Phoenix Empire immediately spread the news of the birth of an ancient emperor. What is it? Didn't all the ancient emperors fall before the emperor fall era? Why are there still ancient emperors? Where did they come from? Many sects were at a loss and didn't know what to do about this news. Everyone believed that before the fallen emperor era, all the ancient emperors had already fallen. But now that they were told that an ancient emperor had appeared, everyone would be puzzled. The fallen emperor era was a forbidden term. No one knew how terrifying ancient emperors were. In an instant, a storm was about to come. An oppressive and fearful atmosphere enveloped the entire Tianyuan continent. Xiao Changtian took Alpha along the path and looked up at the dark clouds pressing down on the city. The sky was as dark as ink, and his face was filled with doubt. Is the cultivation world really going to change this time? Sigh, mortals suffer when immortals fight. Xiao Changtian shook his head. The world of cultivation had undergone a great change. For mortals, it was the most difficult. A casual sword chi could destroy a town. With a casual look, maybe she and Alpha wouldn't be happy. But fortunately, we still have the great Sun Immortal as our backer. Xiao Changtian nodded and said seriously. There was no doubt about the strength of the great Sun Immortal. From the North Barren State to the West Bull State, and then to the East Victory State, there was basically no immortal cultivator that the great Sun Immortal could not deal with. Alpha, in my opinion, Immortal De Yang must have hidden his strength. He definitely wants to be a reclusive expert. And the last time we recruited guards, there was a sea of people. Even if they had many friends, it was impossible for everyone to come and support the great Sun Immortal. It must be because the great Sun Immortal was powerful, and they came to help in order to curry favor with the great Sun Immortal. I see, the great Sun Immortal is actually a reclusive expert. Xiao Changtian's eyes lit up as he analyzed the situation. Alpha, don't you think so? Xiao Changtian asked. Woof woof. Alpha nodded cooperatively. Ah, that's great. We're staying at the foot of the mountain of the reclusive expert. Xiao Changtian suddenly felt that his luck wasn't that bad after all. At least, he had found someone to rely on. With that, Xiao Changtian brought Alpha and continued to walk towards the Great Sun sect. Inside the Great Sun Hall. Buzz! The Great Sun Immortal's body suddenly trembled. his realm suddenly broke through the barrier of the realm smoothly and broke through to the divine transformation realm in a short time. He directly arrived at Tong Tian. The heavenly arrival state wasn't over yet. He was like a rocket. Saint King. He only stopped when he reached the Saint King realm. Senior's painting truly contains the supreme great Tao. In just a few days, I've comprehended all the laws of the realm and directly reached the Saint Ruler realm. Senior is truly terrifying. I originally thought that I, Great Sun, would stop at the Golden Elixir realm in this lifetime. I didn't expect that one would be able to meet a reclusive expert like Senior. This is my destiny. The Great Sun Immortal said emotionally. As for perfected Zhongxian, perfected Beishan, and perfected Qiongqing, they have all broken through to the Mahayana realm. As for the disciples of the Great Sun sect, they were no weaker than those of a first-rank sect. However, one still need to discuss with Senior regarding the chaotic times of the ancient emperors. The Great Sun Immortal kept the painting and flew out of the Great Sun sect, preparing to go to the small courtyard to find Xiao Changtian. Boom! At this moment, 100-meter-tall shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above Great Sun Town. Its figure covered the sky and the sun, and its entire body emitted a terrifying powers. There was a 100-meter-long python wrapped around his body. The python was covered in black scales, and the scales emitted a cold light. That pair of green eyes made people tremble uncontrollably when they saw them. He is Emperor Bai Lin. The giant snake was his pet, the jade-scaled Snake King. Hee, a bunch of ants, die? Emperor Bai Lin harumphed coldly. The giant python on his body swooped down, and its black hole-like mouth seemed to want to swallow the entire Great Sun Town. The sky in Dayong Town darkened. What is that? It's such a huge python. Run. I only ate a bowl of your noodles, so I naturally have to pay you for a bowl of noodles. Don't run, come back. I don't want money anymore. Hurry up and run. Countless citizens of Dayong Town were panicking as they fled in panic. The surrounding stalls were hit by the crowd. Xiao Changtian hurriedly walked into the tea house. However, in the middle of the road, a child had appeared crying. Not far ahead, a carriage was approaching. Just as they were about to collide. Can we not have such a melodramatic plot? Xiao Changtian was speechless. There were too many bad points. He couldn't even complain. However, 1 member of the flower family. Which one of us doesn't have good moral character and act bravely? Xiao Changtian quickly ran out, picked up the child in the middle of the road, and brought him back to the tea house. The carriage sped past, and the wheels rolled forward, leaving only 2 tracks on the ground. The little kid was scared and hid in Xiao Changtian's arms. Xiao Changtian looked at the giant python in the sky. Suddenly, a huge sun rose slowly. It was the Great Sun Immortal. Impudent. The Great Sun Immortal shouted angrily. Even if the person in front of him was an ancient great emperor, he was still not afraid. There were mortals at the foot of the mountain. How could he let ordinary people be swallowed? Moreover, there was the painting scroll that Senior had given him. The Great Sun Jinren circulated his cultivation technique, and a rising sun appeared behind him. It was like a bright light that illuminated the suffering Great Sun Town. You're just an ant. You're courting death. Emperor Bai Lin sneered and glared at him. A mere Saint King dared to go against him. The green-scaled Snake King could devour it. However, in the next moment, the Great Sun Immortal suddenly opened the Nanming Ignis portrait. In an instant, the endless fire territory appeared. The blazing fire made the space crackle. The flames danced as if they were jumping in space. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal shouted softly. The flames turned into a long dragon and swallowed the green-scaled Snake King in an instant. Roar! The green-scaled Snake King let out a shrill cry of pain. It was burned by the Nanming primordial fire, emitting a stench. In the blink of an eye, it fell on the street and turned into ashes. Nanming primordial fire? No, it's a flame of a higher level than the Nanming flame. Who are you? Emperor Bai Lin looked at Perfected De Yang in disbelief. He did not expect Perfected De Yang to have such a divine fire. He, go to the netherworld and ask. The great Sun Jinren chuckled. He had no intention of letting Emperor Jade scaled off. He deserved to die. Whoosh! A fire arrow instantly shot out and attached itself to Emperor Bai Lin's body. Ah! Emperor Bai Lin was reduced to ashes as he howled in pain. Good. Immortal De Yang is invincible. Immortal De Yang is invincible. Shouts sounded one after another, and everyone cheered. Xiao Changtan also smiled faintly. As expected, the immortal De Yang is a reclusive master. Chapter 181 Chapter 181 Go out and abduct a martial monarch realm expertly. Chapter 181 Go out and abduct a martial monarch realm expertly. Immortal De Yang is invincible. The shouting lasted for 2 hours before it ended. This was the reputation that the Great Sun sect had accumulated in the hearts of the people over the years. Perfected De Yang, I'm here. Xiao Changtian waved his hand at the Great Sun Immortal with a faint smile on his face. If Xiao Changtian had seen the Great Sun Jinren make a move before, he would definitely have prostrated himself in worship. This is an invincible martial arts master. However, after spending time with him, he knew that although the immortal De Yang was powerful, he was amiable and polite. He was a true expert. Senior? The Great Sun Immortal's face lit up as he landed. Perfected De Yang, you are really fierce. Xiao Changtian praised him generously. The Great Sun Immortal broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Xiao Changtian's words. He lowered his head with a smile. In front of Senior, he was not even an ant. But Senior actually said that he was fierce. How could the Great Sun Immortal not be afraid? Seeing the embarrassed look on the face of the Great Sun Immortal, Xiao Changtan nodded slightly. The Great Sun Immortal was really humble. Xiao Changtian spoke again. Great Sun Immortal, since you're here, why don't you come to my courtyard and discuss what happened recently? The two of them returned to the courtyard. This is the Great Sun Immortal. Xiao Changtian introduced the Deyang Jinren to the two. After some small talk, they got to the main topic. Perfected Great Sun, what do you think of the great changes that have occurred in the cultivation world recently? Xiao Changtian asked. Everyone in the small courtyard looked at Perfected De Yang in unison. I'm not too sure either. I've been in seclusion recently. The Great Sun Immortal hurriedly found an excuse to fool him. The birth of an ancient emperor was not something a puny saint ruler like him could control. Moreover, there were many experts in the courtyard. How could he dare to interrupt? If that's the case, why don't we go out and capture a cultivator? Ask. Xiao Changtian looked at the Great Yang Immortal and asked. One can't catch it. The Great Sun Immortal was stunned. He had the Nanming Ignis portrait and could kill those great emperors, but how could he capture them? Yeah, catch one. Xiao Changtian smiled. He felt that Immortal De Yang was still pretending. Could it be that the Great Sun Immortal is hiding in the mortal world and playing around? In order not to be disturbed, he disguised himself as such? That must be it. Xiao Changtian thought. Then he nodded in agreement. Since the Great Sun Immortal wanted to pretend to be an expert, he would not expose him. I have a rope here. Just tie anyone up. You're the sect master of a sect. You can't even tie a rookie back, right? Xiao Changtian went back to his room and took out the rope he used to tie people up in his previous life. At the same time, it gave the Great Sun Immortal a way out. After all, he was the sect master. He couldn't possibly not be able to bring back that kind of rookie, entry-level cultivator, right? That would be too obvious and too deliberate. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal took the rope and nodded repeatedly. The rookies that Senior was talking about were definitely those great emperors. Only a martial monarch realm expert could make a Senior call him a rookie. He definitely couldn't refuse the task that Senior had given him. The four of you should follow the Great Sun Immortal. Xiao Changtian looked at the four guards. These four were also cultivators. In terms of cultivation, he was definitely inferior to the Great Sun Immortal. The Great Sun Immortal had been modest before. These four people's cultivation levels were above his, so it was definitely fake. However, he could also be an assistant to the immortal De Yang. Yes, sir. The four of them nodded. Then, Taoist Big Sun, Emoshengu, Xing Tianzi, Gan Tianlei, and Yin Jiangyun left the courtyard to capture the great ancient emperors. How do we catch them? The Great Sun Immortal looked at Emoshengu and Xing Tianzi in confusion. These two people were the most senior among the five, so they should have the most methods. Isn't that simple? The four of us will use the trapping formation, and Taoist Big Sun will take the opportunity to tie this person up. Gan Tianlei said disdainfully. He had even beaten up ancient emperors before, let alone kidnap people. Isn't he just a mere ancient emperor? The others also said disdainfully. That's true. The Great Sun Immortal agreed. Not long ago, he had just killed an ancient emperor. Not far away, two ancient emperors were flying through the air. One of them was in a white robe and wielded a sword, while the other had the aura of a scholar. They were Great Emperor Sword River and Great Emperor Wenshan. 5 little ants actually dare to look down on the Great Emperor. Are you courting death? Great Emperor Sword River said angrily. Since they dare to say this, they must have some confidence. We just came out, so it's best not to cause trouble. Emperor Wenshu said in a deep voice. Secretary, when did you become so timid? Are you afraid of a few ants? Sword River said loudly. No, these people give me a dangerous feeling. The secretary's face turned solemn. The secretary, you've become more and more timid after so many years. If you don't go, I'll go. Great Emperor Sword River said disdainfully. They were just a few ants. After saying that, Great Emperor Sword River turned into a stream of light and instantly flew toward the Sunny Master and the others. Emperor Wenshu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Why do one feel like something is going to happen to Sword River? Emperor Wenshu frowned and retreated a few thousand meters subconsciously. He used his spiritual will to observe everything. Very quickly, Great Emperor Sword River arrived in front of Great Sun Immortal and the others. The tyrannical aura around him crushed the Grand Sun Immortal and the others, making it difficult for them to stand. Ancient emperors? The 5 of them were shocked. I'm Great Emperor Sword River. You guys are too arrogant. Is the Great Emperor someone you can casually talk about? Great Emperor Sword River said angrily. In the fallen emperor era, a great emperor could not be humiliated. If it was before, Great Emperor Sword River would have killed Taoist Big Sun and the others long ago. However, being trapped in the door of antiquity had greatly diminished his killing intent. As long as you apologize to the emperor, 1 foot 11 inches let you go. Great Emperor Sword River said angrily as he stared coldly at them. A mere great emperor is nothing. Gan Tianlei was the first to be unconvinced. It was not like he had never beaten up a mere great emperor before. In the past, the great emperor was very terrifying to him, but now. Set up the formation. Gan Tianlei snorted coldly. Then, Emoshengu, Xing Tianzi, and Yin Jiangyun stood up. The 4 of them turned into 4 afterimages and formed a trapping array, trapping Great Emperor Sword River within. Then 4 pillars of light erupted and shot into the sky. What? Great Emperor Sword River was shocked. He instantly realized that he couldn't move. The vital essence around him froze. You're the one who's called the Great Emperor. Gan Tianlei harumphed coldly as he threw a punch at Great Emperor Sword River. Great Emperor Sword River screamed in pain. Emperor Wenshu, who was watching from afar, was so frightened that he hid even further away. As expected, these people are not simple. Sword River, just you wait. I'll shake him off for you. Don't die before we get here. Emperor Wenshu turned into a streak of light and fled. Chapter 182 Ancient Emperors, What are those? Underscore. Chapter 182, Ancient Emperors, what are those? Underscore I. The great sun immortal took out the rope and tied up Great Emperor Sword River, bringing him back to the small courtyard. You dare to kidnap me? You dare to hit me? You won't have a good ending. Even if you kill me today and cripple my cultivation, I will not yield. Great Emperor Sword River said firmly. However, just as they arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard, plop! Great Emperor Sword River knelt down. This was because a few extremely powerful auras were enveloping him. Several terrifying figures suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a phoenix burning with endless fire, a divine dog that used stars as a chessboard and devoured the sky and moon, an ant that came out of the chaos and shattered space. There was a white tiger that shattered the galaxy, a giant golden dragon that soared through the 9 heavens and made the heavens submit to it, and a giant dragon that was like a dragon, a spiritual monkey that had been created from the heavens and the earth. God, divine beast. Great Emperor Sword River was extremely shocked. These were all legendary divine beasts. The aura of each divine beast was far above his. He felt that the aura of any divine beast could crush him. A tremble that came from the depths of his soul made his legs kneel down naturally. Terrifying. Terrifying. Even the door of antiquity was not as terrifying as this small courtyard. Great Emperor Sword River glanced at the small courtyard from the corner of his eye and took in everything. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. He saw a man with no cultivation at all chopping firewood with an axe. However, every time the axe fell, it seemed to be able to cut through the world. Hiss! Great Emperor Sword River couldn't help but gasp. This axe seemed invincible. It made him feel like he was no match for it. A muscular man was cultivating flowers and plants. However, every movement of his seemed to cause the space to distort. Mastery of body refinement? Great Emperor Sword River was even more shocked. Even in the era of Di Luo, no one had reached great success in body refinement. He looked at them one by one, his heart trembling. Fortunately, there are still 2 ordinary people. Great Emperor Sword River sighed. He couldn't understand why so many experts could gather in such a dilapidated small courtyard in a small town. Moreover, he couldn't see the depth at all. Master, have some tea. Fu Tian respectfully offered the teacup to Xiao Changtun. Phew, there are finally 2 mortals. Great Emperor Sword River heaved a sigh of relief. However, a voice transmission sounded. Great Emperor Sword River, why are you tied up? The person who sent the message was the Barefoot Emperor. He and Yin Jiofeng had just helped the villagers settle down. Barefoot Emperor, 9-Wind Emperor, it's you too? Come and save me. Great Emperor Sword River was delighted. However, the 2 emperors shook their heads in panic. Great Emperor Sword River, don't resist since you've come here. Confess and nothing will happen to you. The Barefoot Emperor sent mentally. Senior? Great Emperor Sword River was stunned, and his face was filled with shock. How could these 2 call him senior? That was true. Other than those 2 mortals, he could not tell the depth of the other's cultivation. However, while he was still in shock, the 2 emperors walked in and said to Xiao Changtun, Senior, the python's corpse on the street has been properly disposed of. All right. Xiao Changtian nodded. Great Emperor Sword River saw this. He was completely stunned. What was going on? He could still accept others calling him senior, but calling him mortal senior. Great Emperor Sword River couldn't help but ask. What mortals? Of these 2, one was the reincarnation of the human emperor, and the other was the master of the human emperor. Yin Jiofeng hurriedly reminded. The reincarnation of the human emperor? Master of the human emperor? Are you guys mistaken? Great Emperor Sword River was shocked. Human emperor was no joke. That was the number 1 human expert that countless emperors worshipped from the bottom of their hearts. We've verified that Fu Tian has the Book of Humanity. Yin Jiofeng said again. Human book? Great Emperor Sword River was completely dumbfounded. What was this place? Even Ren Huang had become someone else's disciple, and it seemed that he was the weakest. Secretary, where are you? Come and save me. One promised to listen to you in the future. Great Emperor Sword River was scared stiff. Perfected De Yang, you're back so soon? Xiao Changtian looked at Great Emperor Sword River and asked. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal replied respectfully. Don't be afraid. I'll ask you a few questions. Xiao Changtian looked at Emperor Sword River. Great Emperor Sword River raised his head and instantly felt that the powerful aura had disappeared. The pressure that enveloped his body completely disappeared, and the true essence in his body seemed to circulate again. Yes, sir. Great Emperor Sword River hurriedly nodded. How could he not know that it was because of the senior before him that the terrifying aura disappeared? What's the situation outside now? Are the Monster Clan and Sea Clan still wreaking havoc? Xiao Changtian asked. No. The Monster Race and the Sea Race have long been suppressed by us. Great Emperor Sword River said. In reality, with the birth of the Motherf *Eking Human King, the Motherf *Eking Demon King had naturally appeared as well. The berserk state of the Demon Race and the Sea Race had already turned for the better. Is that so? What's the situation in the other continents now? Xiao Changtian asked again. Other continents. Senior, isn't the Tian Yuan continent in the 5 regions? Everything is normal in the other regions. Great Emperor Sword River replied. How many regions? Everyone present, except for the Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiuyo, looked puzzled. Mu Jiawang's expression changed, and she sent a message instantly. After a short while, a message was sent back. Mu Jiawang's divine sense sensed the message and her expression instantly changed. Not good, not good. Secmaster, something happened. Outside the courtyard, Qing Yang ran over in a panic. What a fuss. Don't be rude in front of the small courtyard. The Great Sun Immortal hurriedly berated. There's no need. Qing Yang must have some news. Let's hear what Qing Yang has to say first. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. Senior, Master, something major has happened on the Tian Yuan continent. New continents are appearing on the sea outside the 5 continents. They are more than 10 times larger than the 5 continents. Qing Yang said hurriedly and handed over a map. Is there such a thing? Xiao Changtian took the map and looked at it. The 5 continents were squeezed at the bottom left corner of the map. New continents appeared one after another, scattered around a huge ocean. Where are the other 3 places? Why are our 5 continents squeezed in the lower left corner? Xiao Changtian pointed at the other 3 marks on the map and asked. Senior, that's another domain. For symbol domain, 2 elements domain, first domain. Our 5 continents have become a new domain, called the 5-realm domain. These are the divisions given by the ancient emperors. Qing Yang said respectfully. Ancient emperor? Xiao Changtian was stunned. What's that? Chapter 183 Chapter 183 3 days without fighting, is your skin itching again? Underscore. Chapter 183 3 days without fighting, is your skin itching again? Underscore I. Xiao Changtian's doubtful voice rang out. Everyone present was slightly stunned and didn't know how to answer. Answer the ancient expert. Not suitable. In front of senior, ancient emperors were nothing at all. However, answering a bunch of noobs wasn't the same for them. Everyone was in a dilemma. Could it be someone from the ancient times, the strongest cultivator on the Tian Yuan continent? Xiao Changtian suddenly asked. Xiao Changtian asked. In the that he had written down from memory, he had written about the great ancient emperor. It was very possible. They were definitely old fellows who had lived for a very long time. They were preparing to revive and reappear. They wanted to conquer the Tian Yuan continent. Yes. All right. The Great Sun Immortal looked at Xiao Changtian's face and said tentatively. He didn't know if he was right to say that. As expected, seeing the Great Sun Immortal nod, Xiao Changtian was even more certain. However, he did not panic too much because when the great sun immortal spoke, he paused for a moment, as if he was puzzled. There's no need to think about it. It must be that Taoist de Yang felt that those great emperors were not qualified, so he hesitated. However, in order not to expose his identity as an expert, the immortal de Yang nodded in agreement. Looks like there's nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Changtian analyzed the situation in his mind. His eyes lit up and he was relieved. With the great sun immortal around, he was really as stable as Mount Tai. There's nothing to panic about. He's just a martial monarch realm expert. We'll just stay in Dayong town. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He said it for Mu Jiahuang and the others to hear. The news that the immortal Big Sun was an expert could not be exposed, but he could still comfort everyone. However, the other continents seemed to be under the attack of those great emperors. Cheng Yang paused for a moment before telling her what he knew. Then let them all come to the northern Barren State, Xiao Changtian said lightly. When he came to the North Barren State, he had the protection of the great Sun Immortal, so he was safe. Go inform the others, the immortal De Yang said to Cheng Yang. Yes, sir. Cheng Yang nodded and left. Outside Dayong town, two groups of people were rushing over. The first wave was the old dirty turtle and the fat Rongrong. The other wave was the dozens of great emperors brought by the document. Boss, don't be angry. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to be one-sided? You're the Sea King. You can't be defeated by one failure. You're the most handsome and suave. Fatty Rongrong consoled the angry Black Tortoise. How can this Sea King be defeated? Black Tortoise climbed on top of Rongrong's head, weakly saying, Fatty, you really know how to talk. 1 foot 11 inches give you a reward. Black Tortoise patted Fatty Rongrong's head. Instantly, 2 lights lit up on top of Rongrong's head. Hee, thank you for making me cuckold, boss. Boss is the kindest person in the world besides Senior. I'm green, I'm going to become stronger. Fatty Rongrong said happily as she flew. Where did this idiot come from? Why are you so happy after being cuckolded? A great emperor said disdainfully as secretary and the others passed by. A silly bear carrying an ugly green-furred turtle. I'm dying of laughter. The group of great emperors turned around and saw the turtle and the others. They burst into laughter. What did you say? The dirty old turtle was already in a bad mood, so he was instantly furious when he was scolded. The ugly turtle can talk, and it's a turtle demon. Come, stretch your head out for me to see. A great emperor sneered. You want to die? The turtle was enraged. In an instant, the power of the black tortoise erupted, and a huge black tortoise Dharma idol appeared in the void. The black tortoise Dharma idol was level with the sky. The black tortoise's 10 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Around the black tortoise, boundless seawater poured back as if it wanted to drown the heavens. Kneel before this Sea King. The black tortoise was enraged as it raised its leg and stomped down on the tens of ancient emperors. Boom! The terrifying aura caused these ancient emperors to instantly fall from the sky, kneeling on the ground, smashing out one huge crater after another. Shin, black tortoise. The group of great emperors was already so frightened that they could not speak. They knelt on the ground, unable to move. Senior, please spare us. We didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive us. The secretary hurriedly begged for mercy. A bunch of trash. Take a good look at this Sea King. Is this Sea King an ugly turtle? The black tortoise said angrily. Senior, you are handsome, elegant, tall, and mighty. A great emperor hurriedly said. Right. Senior, you're the most handsome. You're simply the most handsome in the world. Especially your head. It's so big. That's the envy of everyone. A group of experts said. That's more like it. After Black Tortoise heard this, he withdrew his aura, patting Fatty Rongrong's head. Fatty, let's go. The fat Rongrong nodded and the turtle and bear left again. Only after Black Tortoise and Rongrong left did Emperor Wenshu and the others stare blankly for a full hour before regaining their senses. It's too scary. It's actually the divine beast Black Tortoise. If I'm not mistaken, that bear was that person's mount back then, right? Only his mount was black and white. Are you saying that it's an iron eater? Hiss. The group of great emperors all sucked in a breath of cold air. The birds in the surrounding forest began to suffocate. This is too frustrating. Let's hurry up and save Sword River. At the same time, we'll vent our anger on the person who captured Sword River. Vent. Vent. A group of great emperors shouted and rushed towards the small courtyard with anger on their faces. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian picked up the brush and started to draw on the paper. In any case, with the great sun immortal here, what ancient emperor? Fuck him. Xiao Changtian was in a good mood now that he knew the changes in the cultivation world wouldn't affect Great Sun Town. In order to thank the immortal De Yang, he decided to make a portrait of him. However, as he was thinking about the appearance of the immortal De Yang, he found it difficult to act because he felt that the immortal De Yang was not like an immortal cultivator at all. His temper was too good. He planned to make some changes to the portrait, making it look angry and stern. Just as Xiao Changtian was thinking, Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise tiptoed in. The two of you actually went out to fool around. Xiao Changtian was enraged. What ancient emperor was there outside? If he killed the old turtle with a single slap, wouldn't his path of invincibility be sealed forever? This time, Xiao Changtian decided to teach the old turtle a lesson. He picked up the broom beside him and walked towards the old dirty turtle. 3 days without a fight, your skin is itching again? Chapter 184 Chapter 184 Damn turtle, you still dare to run. Underscore. Chapter 184 Damn turtle, you still dare to run. Underscore I told you to run around. I'll let you fool around all day. I let you lead Rongrong astray all day. Xiao Changtian slapped the turtle's head with his broom. However, the turtle was very fast. It immediately retracted its head to avoid the danger. You still dare to dodge? You green-haired turtle, I'll make you lose a layer of skin today. Xiao Changtian said angrily. He was the one who took care of the old dirty turtle 3 meals a day. He was afraid that he would get drenched in the rain and die from the sun in the summer. Moreover, it took the longest time to support the dirty turtle. But now, the old turtle had become the most disobedient one. He had to fight. Hit him hard. Otherwise, if one day he led Rongrong astray, the gains would not make up for the losses. Clang! Xiao Changtian kicked the turtle out of the courtyard. He had tried it before. This dirty old turtle was very hard. No matter if he hit it with a hammer or an axe, nothing would happen. However, Xiao Changtian was really angry today. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Clang! Clang! Black Tortoise was like an iron shell, kicked from the street to the end of the street by Xiao Changtian. In the courtyard, no one dared to speak. That can be Senior Xuanwu. In the pond, the golden dragon trembled in fear and dived below the surface of the water. Inside the chicken coop, Phoenix ran back to the chicken coop and squatted on the spot, not daring to move. The pony stopped on a blade of grass as still as a statue. The white tiger was lying on the recliner with its head buried, pretending to be asleep. Monkey had originally wanted to snatch the bamboo shoots away when Fatty Rongrong was eating them and play with them. But now he scratched his hand and stood on the bamboo forest, not knowing what to do. Master is angry. It's too terrifying. Mu Jiahuang shivered. She felt that her entire body was drenched. The barefoot emperor and the others were stunned and gasped. He had originally thought that Senior was an expert, but he did not expect him to be so high. Outside the town, Emperor's secretary brought dozens of people over. Each great emperor had an intimidating aura. They all held their famous weapons and looked fierce. After being bullied by the Black Tortoise, they did not dare to retaliate and were extremely aggrieved. Therefore, They were now looking for someone else to take revenge. I'm going to stab those ants to death when I see them. I want to torture them and make them kill 1,000 turtles every day. No, 10,000. One great emperor after another rushed over angrily. But suddenly, a turtle flew out. Senior Black Tortoise? What the fuck? Lord Black Tortoise, please spare my life. I didn't say I would kill the turtle. Lord Black Tortoise, please spare me. Dozens of great emperors knelt down in panic when they saw the turtle. Emperor Floating Feathers, who had threatened to kill the turtle, knelt on the ground, peeing in fear. However, Black Tortoise did not have the time to bother with them. Instead, it ran away in a panic. What's going on? Emperor Wenshu was bewildered. The other great emperors also watched in disbelief as the Black Tortoise escaped. They clearly felt that the Black Tortoise seemed to be extremely afraid, as if there was an extremely powerful existence chasing after it. Damn turtle, you still dare to run. Just as the secretary and the others were in shock, Xiao Changtian appeared. He was cursing as he picked up a brick and threw it at the turtle. The turtle ran even faster and turned into the next street. If you run again, I'll stew you. Xiao Changtian cursed and followed him into the next street. Emperor Wenshu and the others were left dumbfounded. Slap me. Emperor Tiangang tugged at Emperor Wenshu's clothes. Tiangang, are you crazy? Emperor Wenshu frowned. I told you to hit me, so you just hit me. Tiangang shouted. Wenhua frowned and slapped him. Oh! Heavenly Emperor Tiangang directly lost a tooth from the slap and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Heavenly Emperor Tiangang was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming. Ha! Along with Heavenly Emperor Tiangong's laughter, dozens of great emperors revealed a look of realization. Everything that had just happened was real. A mortal was chasing after the divine beast Black Tortoise and beating it up. Hiss! The great emperors gasped again. Then, Emperor Wenshu's incredulous voice rang out. When did such a powerful existence exist on the Tianyuan continent? The group of great emperors knelt for a full 15 minutes before standing up. I've already discovered the aura of Sword River. Let's save Sword River and quickly leave this place. The Emperor of Culture said solemnly. The remaining experts nodded in agreement. This great sun town was too evil. A few 9th-level tribulation transcenders and a Saint King could capture the Sword River. Then, there was the divine beast Black Tortoise. Now, it was such a powerful existence. They felt that the first half of their lives had been in vain. Let's go. Emperor Wenshu said in a deep voice. He followed Emperor Sword River's aura and rushed into the courtyard. Hand over the Sword River and I'll spare your lives. You've been surrounded. A few great emperors shouted angrily and instantly occupied the entire courtyard. However, just as they blurted out these two sentences, they regretted it. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian held the Black Tortoise by its tail and slowly turned around. Who are you? Xiao Changtian was stunned and frowned. Seeing Xiao Changtian frown, the great emperors knelt down. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. We just want to save our companions. Senior, please spare my life. Dozens of great emperors knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. As for the weapon in his hand, it had long fallen to the ground. Xiao Changtian frowned when he heard that they were saving their companions. So you're here to save the Sword River. Xiao Changtian threw the turtle into the pond and nodded. Get up, your companions are fine. Xiao Changtian wiped his hands and asked the secretary and the others to stand up. Secretary, you're here? Great Emperor Sword River walked over with a face full of joy. He was holding a skewer in his hand, and he was swallowing it in large mouthfuls. Are you all right? The secretary and the others were stunned. It's fine. There's food and drink here. The key is that Senior treats me very well. Jenny smiled. I told you not to call me Senior. I'm just a mortal. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. Hee, you are a senior in my heart? Sword River chuckled. Xiao Changtian could only accept it helplessly. It couldn't be helped. In order to curry favor with the reclusive immortal De Yang, these immortal cultivators had even promoted themselves by a generation. Senior, let me introduce you. This is the document. In the courtyard, Sword River introduced them to Xiao Changtian one by one. Meanwhile, in the dark secret chamber, the skeletal masked man summoned the skeleton Sir God again. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. A storm is coming. 1. Chapter 185. A storm is coming. 1. What is it? But the door of antiquity had already been opened? The skeleton god asked in a low voice. Divine Lord, the door of antiquity has been opened. We can proceed with our next plan. The skull-masked man said. All right. The skeleton Divine Lord nodded. Following that, a black gas spewed out from the floating skull on the table. It was extremely strange. The black gas was erratic, as if there were endless mysteries hidden within it. Frightening. This is a wisp of my aura. Consecrate me. After this is done, I will bring you into the divine world and help you revive your wife. The skeleton Divine Lord said. Yes, sir. The skull-masked man swallowed the black gas without hesitation. Very good. The skeleton god seemed to sense something and nodded. Divine Lord, there is one more thing that one don't know if one should report to you. It concerns the demon god. The man said. Demon god. Upon hearing the words demon god, the skeleton Divine Lord was clearly stunned for a moment. He was a little shocked. Tell me. Although the demon god was someone who ascended from the lower realm, his strength had improved too quickly. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he had already become an expert of the divine world. Even he, the skeleton god, did not dare to provoke him easily. The skull-masked man said, the demon god clone appeared in the northern wilderness continent. It seemed like it was to kill someone, but the final outcome was unknown. An avatar descending to the lower realm. All right, one got it. After the skeleton god finished speaking, he muttered to himself and left. In the secret chamber, the skull landed again, and the secret chamber fell into silence again. A black shadow floated around the skull-masked man. What if there's a trick in the skull's aura? Hee, that skull never trusted me. Although that wisp of aura helped me recover my cultivation, it definitely had his spiritual will imprint. If he wanted to kill me, it would be easy. The man said coldly. Sigh, I'm the one who dragged you down. Sighs came from the black shadow. No, if you hadn't protected me back then, I'm afraid that what I destroyed wasn't my face and cultivation, but my life. The man shook his head and his expression turned cold. That skeleton god was the culprit back then. He must die. He planted a mark in my body and thought that one would become his slave. But wasn't he digging his own grave and giving me a chance to devour him? Pass down the order to gather all the great emperors. Today, countless ancient emperors headed to the first domain. On the same day, 10 billion people from the Central Heaven continent, West Bowl continent, Southport continent, and East Victory continent all moved to the North Barren continent. So many people? Xiao Changtian was stunned. He didn't expect the other 4 continents to move. Ling, your family is here? Xiao Changtian looked at Xing Ling-er's family of more than 10,000 people and was shocked. He didn't expect Xing Ling-er's family to be so huge. Senior. We're here too. Tang Ritian, Chu Kuangren, Kong Xiang, Shengguan Shuai Shuai. A total of IO billion people moved into the Northern Barren continent. Perfected Great Sun, your Great Sun sect can't rest for the time being. You must make proper arrangements for mortals and cultivators. Xiao Changtian looked at Taoist Master De Yang. There were many immortal cultivators and mortals, and it was very easy for immortal cultivators to bully others. Then what do you think we should do if this happens? The Great Sun Immortal asked. Xiao Changtian thought for a moment and said, in troubled times, severe punishments should be imposed. If any cultivator dares to cause trouble, they will be expelled from the North Barren state along with their sect. If the circumstances were serious, the sect would be destroyed as well. Hiss! Exterminate the sect! Hearing this, the sect leaders present immediately felt a chill on their backs, as if a knife was placed on their necks. Yes, sir. The great Sun Immortal nodded. This order was like a tidal wave that instantly spread. Countless sect leaders directly ordered that no cultivator was allowed to leave the sect without an order. In the Great Sun sect, a huge mountain peak towered into the clouds. The sun dyed the clouds red. In the main hall, Xiao Chang Tian, perfected Dayang, perfected Qing Yun, perfected Zhong Xian, and the deputy sect leaders of the various large sects were gathered together. It was extremely lively. As for those sect leaders, they could not come personally because they wanted to maintain their mortal persona. This, 1 a.m. just a mortal, participating in the discussion of matters between you cultivators, isn't it not very good? Xiao Changtian looked at the great Sun Immortal and asked. Taoist Master De Yang was stunned by this question. He did not know how to answer this question. A mortal? Oh, that's true. On the surface. The experts who were originally discussing how to fight against Ancient Emperor also quieted down. Wasn't it precisely because Senior was here that they had the strength to fight against Ancient Emperors? Otherwise, with their tribulation transcending strength, how could they possibly contend against Ancient Emperors? However, no one dared to say anything because their sect master had instructed them not to expose their senior's identity. Otherwise, they would offend their senior. Xiao Chongtian looked at the silent crowd, nodded and stood up. Then I'll leave. He carried the white tiger and prepared to leave. It was indeed inappropriate for an ordinary mortal like him to be present when cultivators were discussing matters. When the great Sun Immortal saw this, he quickly stood up and stopped Xiao Chang'an. You should be able to give us a reference. This is also the reason why one invited you here. Yes. That's right. It's like this. The vice sect leaders present echoed. Really? I don't believe it. Xiao Changtian shook his head. He was just a mortal. Even if he was used as a reference, there was no practical value. Xiao Changtian shook his head and decided to leave. He couldn't participate in the decision-making with the Great Sun Immortal just because he had a good relationship with the Great Sun Immortal. In the small courtyard, the black tortoise stayed in its place and dived into the pond. After being beaten up by Xiao Changtian, he no longer dared to come out. Fatty Rongrong was also curled up in a corner, her head against the wall, her two claws placed together, silent and untired. The nearby monkey scratched his ears and cheeks, originally planning to tease Fatty Rongrong, but didn't expect the Iron Eater to stop moving. Mu Jiuhuang, on the other hand, was discussing various matters with Shengguan Shuai and the others. Yi Fan was chopping firewood while Lin Tingji was wiping her sweat at the side. Jiang Beichen and Di Wuzheng continued to exchange blows with their swords. Li Taibai was supporting Bai Ling Shuang. He looked at Bai Ling Shuang's slightly bulging belly and his face was filled with happiness. Su Daji was working hard to cultivate her tail. Meanwhile, Lin Ruomiao was cultivating the Heaven Blade in her room. At this moment, she was holding the black dagger from before. With just one slash, the entire space emitted waves of wind-breaking sounds as if space was being torn apart. Everything went on as usual. However, outside of Great Sun Town, a dozen great emperors were heading toward Great Sun Town. Coincidentally, Xiao Changtian came to take a walk outside Great Sun Town. Chapter 186 Chapter 186 Xiao Changtian Attacks, One Punch Forge. Chapter 186 Xiao Changtian Attacks, One Punch 4. _I. Barefooted. Those useless people from Sword River were defeated by the ants of this era. They're a disgrace to our great emperor circle. He's just a first-grade great emperor. He must have been arrogant and underestimated his enemy, falling into someone else's trap. Hey, there are more than 10 little ants in the Tribulation Transcendence realm here. Let's have fun. The great emperors looked at the group of experts from the Nine Phoenix dynasty, including Marshal Shangguan and Zhang Fenglei, who were standing guard outside Dayang town, with mocking expressions on their faces. Who is it? Seeing the dozen great emperors walking over, Shangguan immediately spoke up to stop them. The pressure released by the great emperors made Shangguan Shuai and the others shiver. Hee, you're merely transcending a tribulation. Why don't you kneel down in front of the great emperor? A great emperor covered in red hair walked out and released the pressure of a great emperor. In an instant, Shangguan Shuai and the others knelt down in front of this pressure. Damn it, quickly ask the empress for help. Shangguan Shuai looked at the wind lightning palm, but it had already been knocked to the ground. A bunch of trash. In our era, not kneeling in front of the great emperor was a death penalty. The red-haired emperor kicked Shangguan Shuai in the chest, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Damn it. Shangguan Shuai cursed in his heart. He was furious, but he wasn't a match for the great emperor. Hee, a bunch of ants, courting death. You guys are too weak, ha. The martial monarch realm expert sneered, filled with mockery and disdain. Shangguan Shuai and the others could only be beaten up passively. Screams of pain were heard by Xiao Dongtan, who was out for a walk. Shuai's voice. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He walked over with the white tiger in his arms and saw Shangguan Shuai and the others being beaten. Fuck. Marshal Shangguan and the others can't even lift a bow, and these people are picking on the weak ones? Xiao Changtian was furious. Mengshi, don't move here. Watch how master will uphold justice. Xiao Changtian put down the white tiger and walked towards the great emperors. He couldn't take it anymore. All mortals. Why should mortals make things difficult for mortals? All of them were as thin as a stick, not much worse than Shangguan Shuai and the others. At most, they were just a little stronger than Shangguan Shuai, but they were actually bullying the weak. He was a martial arts skill that had been enhanced by the system. It was not a problem to deal with these mortals. You're looking for a beating. Xiao Changtian rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at the red-haired emperor. Bang! The red-haired emperor was sent flying. Noob! Xiao Changtian thought that these people would resist for a while, but he didn't expect that he would send them flying with one punch. Sure enough, it's a group of noobs. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. He no longer had any scruples. Bajiquan, Taiji. Fist, military boxing, young girl's cute fist, all kinds of fist techniques were combined together. Bang 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 bang. The remaining 10 or so great emperors were sent flying like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Bullying people with your little squares? Xiao Changtian's face was filled with anger. Bullying people right under his nose, this was not allowed. In his opinion, the abusers must be severely punished so that they could feel the fear of being abused. Only then would they realize how much harm they had done to others. Therefore, Xiao Changtian chose to beat him up. However, just as Xiao Changtian was about to beat them up, he realized that the red-haired emperor had already fainted. Why aren't these people getting beaten? Xiao Changtian was confused. Shangguan Shuai and the others twitched their mouths. Senior, don't you know your own strength? Who among the bunch of noobs on the other side could withstand your full-powered punch? Are you guys cramping? Xiao Changtian looked at Shangguan Shuai and the others who were twitching their mouths, his face filled with confusion. Yes. Shangguan Shuai and the others replied with a toothache. Senior was so good at pretending. He seemed to be beating Senior up, but he couldn't beat him. All right, tie up these dozens of people and bring them back to the small courtyard. When they wake up, I want to teach them a lesson. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes. Shangguan Shuai and the others could only nod. Very quickly, everyone returned to the courtyard. As for the 15 rank 5 great emperors, they were immediately woken up by the cold blood. Oh, don't hit me. I was wrong. Oh, Senior, please spare us. We were wrong. Please don't kill us. The red-haired emperor and the others cried out, their faces filled with fear. The fist from before was really too terrifying. Right now, they still felt that their entire brain, bones, and divine essence were all aching faintly. This pain started from the point of impact and extended like a net. This pain made them feel that every nerve and every blood vessel in their bodies was in excruciating pain. Even his divine essence experienced intense pain. Fortunately, this wasn't a full-powered attack. They could feel that this was just a casual move by this senior. One won't kill you, but you must receive a good education. That's why I attacked you. Let me ask you, will you still attack the weak in the future? Xiao Changtian stared at the red-haired emperor and asked in a deep voice. We won't, senior. We won't dare to do it again. Yes. Bullying the weak is something that only people who are inferior to pigs and dogs do. Senior, we have already received your good education. We swear to the heavens that if one, Red Fur, ever attack the weak again, I will strike them with 5 lightning strikes. The group of great emperors knelt on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Xiao Changtian shook his head. No, you don't really understand. You're just afraid of me. You're not convinced from the bottom of your heart. Senior, we're really convinced. Red Fur cried. He immediately cried. As the famous red-haired emperor, he immediately cried. It was too terrifying. Facing Xiao Changtian, he was indescribably terrifying. He could kill them with just a casual punch. If they still dared to refuse, weren't they courting death? Senior, why don't you tell us what you want us to do? Just say it. The red-haired emperor cried. It's very simple. Do 100 good deeds and I'll believe you. Xiao Changtian said lightly. 100 good things? The great emperors were in a dilemma. They were dignified martial monarch realm experts. If they were asked to do good deeds. Senior, I'm good at this. The red-haired emperor hurriedly said. Yes. We can do it. The other great emperors nodded in agreement. The group of great emperors begged for mercy crazily in the courtyard. In front of the door of antiquity, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was the man with the skull mask from before. Come out. It's already this time, and the 3 of you are still not prepared to. Come out? Chapter 187 Chapter 187 5-Party Alliance, Great Sun Alliance Masterly. Chapter 187 5-Party Alliance, Great Sun Alliance Masterly. Who exactly are you? How did you discover our existence? Behind the door of antiquity, 3 muffled voices rang out. Then, 3 figures slowly walked out from behind the ancient door. Among them, a woman wearing a long blue dress and holding a jade belt in her hand appeared. Her expression was cold, as if she wanted to keep people 1,000 miles away. However, she had to admit that this person was very beautiful. It was so beautiful that it couldn't be compared to anything else. Behind the woman, a minotaur with 2 legs on his forehead and an expert with black chi wrapped around his body walked out from behind the door of antiquity. Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, Devil Emperor, how long do you 3 want to hide it? The skull-masked man said indifferently. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. You know who we are. Who are you? The Heaven Queen's voice was icy cold. Her beautiful brows were tightly knitted, and her piercingly cold eyes seemed to have endless killing intent pouring out. Very few people know our identities. Who are you back then? The Shifter Emperor's figure flashed and appeared behind the skull-masked man. I can't explain it clearly today, but I can't leave. The Demon Emperor's entire body was suffused with black chi, and his aura was terrifying. The Heaven Queen, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor surrounded the man in the skeleton mask. The aura that erupted from the 3 of them caused countless monstrous waves to erupt from the surrounding sea. Bang 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 bang. The terrifying power was like a clap of thunder, and it was like a landslide. The auras of these 3 people were like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to those ancient emperors. Their strength wasn't something those ancient emperors could compare to. Even so, The skull-masked man stood in the middle with a calm expression on his face. One could not feel the slightest change in his aura. However, a wisp of sword intent slowly appeared around him. It was the sword intent condensed from the black chi. The sword intent let out a clanging sound, as if it was piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks, instantly slashing towards the three people. Boom! The door of the ancients, which was originally in ruins, was completely destroyed by the battle between the four of them. The ground was thousands of feet deep. The terrifying power caused the space to be compressed until it emitted cracking sounds. 2 hours later, the four of them landed. Everyone's aura had completely calmed down, and their faces were calm. Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor looked at the skeletal man and asked, "What do you want us to do for you?" The three of them stood in front of the masked man, their eyes filled with guilt. "I want to kill a god." "That god from back then?" The skull-masked man's tone finally became excited. "What?" After the three of them heard this, they were obviously stunned for a moment. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the Heaven Queen's beautiful face was moved. In the Great Sun Sect's main hall, the final result of their discussion was to form the five-party alliance to fight against the other three regions. As for the candidate for the alliance leader, I think that the position of the alliance leader must be held by the Great Sun Immortal. Perfected Qing Yun hurriedly shook his head. He was only a Saint King now. How could he become the leader of a group of 9th-level tribulation transcenders? No way. This was absolutely impossible. Perfected De Yang, you have to do this. No one else can replace you. Taoist Zhongxian said. The other experts all nodded. That's right. In Senior's eyes, you're the true cultivator, and we're just a few cultivators who have just entered the sect. Not only that, you've become the alliance leader of our 5-region alliance, and you'll also be able to obtain the deployment strategy of the Righteous Tao Alliance from Senior, as well as the following plans. Yes, this is the most important thing. If we can get the support of Senior, we can defeat those great emperors. Otherwise, we will definitely lose. That's why, Taoist Master De Yang, only you can do this. I won't say anything else. Greetings, Alliance Master of Great Sun. Greetings, Alliance Master of Great Sun. The group of experts who were transcending the tribulation stood up and bowed to the Great Sun Immortal. The Great Sun Immortal was stunned. He, a Saint King, was the Alliance Master. It didn't make sense, right? Perfected De Yang, do you want us to kneel before you agree? All right, everyone listen to my command. Prepare to kneel. 3, 2, Perfected Qing Yun shouted. I promise, one promise, okay? The Great Sun Immortal hurriedly agreed. If he did not agree, these big shots would really kneel down to him. He was just a mere Saint King. If he really made these tribulation transcending elders kneel down to him, it would be a waste of his lifespan. The Great Sun Immortal agreed helplessly. All right, let's go and report to Senior now. Perfected Qing Yun and Perfected De Yang left the hall and headed to Xiao Changtian's courtyard. The moment he entered, in front of Xiao Changtian, there were more than 10 great emperors kneeling. They were all trembling and listening to Xiao Changtian's lecture. Senior is really invincible. Reprimanding an emperor is like reprimanding a child. Taoist Big Sun and Taoist Clear Sky both gasped in shock, their faces filled with terror. Ancient emperors were once forbidden existences. In fact, in order to resist these ancient emperors, they even established the 5-realm alliance. Can we disband now? The Great Sun Immortal said awkwardly. Perfected Qing Yun, who was beside him, also opened his mouth in a daze. He seemed to think that the biggest reason why they formed this alliance was to do odd jobs and manage logistics. Sai, Taoist Master Deyang? You're here? And Qing Yun, come and sit. Xiao Changtian saw Perfected De Yang and Perfected Qing Yun, so he quickly sat up from the recliner and greeted them. One of them was a reclusive mighty figure, and the other was a generous boss. They gave him a good impression. The few of you, go and stand in a row outside the small courtyard. Whoever dares to run, one will definitely let him understand why flowers are so red when I see him in the future. Xiao Changtian clenched his fists. Yes, yes, yes. The great emperors hurriedly nodded and stood up. They ran out of the courtyard like primary school students being reprimanded by their teacher. They pressed their heads against the wall and hugged their heads as they lined up in a row at the corner of the wall. Shengguan Shuai and the others who were being abused felt great. Oh right, why did you call me here? Xiao Changtian asked. The three of them sat down at the stone table. Mu Jiuhuang, who was beside him, handed him tea one by one, extremely respectful. We. The immortal De Yang and the Qing Yun Taoist looked at each other, not knowing what to say. There was no need for the five-party alliance to exist. How should he explain it to Senior? Just as the two of them were confused, Xiao Changtian said, "Have you formed an alliance?" Now, he was preparing to deal with those ancient emperors? Chapter 188 Chapter 188 Ordinary people should do their part. Tool L. Chapter 188 Ordinary people should do their part. Tool L. It's in the middle of the realm. The perfected De Yang had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Since Senior had already said so, it wouldn't be good to refuse to admit it. That's great. Since you've formed an alliance, the alliance leader must be you, Taoist Great Son, right? Xiao Changtian continued to ask. In his opinion, the Great Sun Immortal was a reclusive master, but at the critical moment of the continent, the reclusive master could not hide his identity. As long as the immortal De Yang exposed his strength, he would definitely become the alliance master. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal nodded again. Congratulations, Alliance Master of the Great Sun Alliance. Xiao Changtian said happily. He knew the Alliance Master of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, so he was safe now. Well, although I'm just a mortal, since you've established the alliance, I should do something. How about this? I'll cheer for the cultivators of our alliance. I'm a drummer, a very good drummer. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He wasn't good at fighting. He was just a mortal. He could only uphold justice for Shengguan Shuai and the others, and teach the rookies outside the door a lesson. However, it was still possible to boost the morale of the Immortal Cultivators Alliance. He had the system's great success music skill. Cheering on the battlefield? Drummer? Thank you, Senior. Perfected Qing Yun hurriedly thanked him. Previously, he had broken through while practicing divine sound because he had listened to the Chaos Ant song. The song contained a terrifying great Tao true intent. The Chaos Ant is Senior's divine beast, so its attainments are definitely inferior to Senior's. If it was Senior personally beating the drum to help, it would definitely contain the sound of the great Tao. The voice of the great Tao fell. The cultivators of the five-party alliance seemed to be blessed by God. No. Senior has already surpassed God. Perfected Qing Yun thought to himself. No need, no need. The help I can give you is limited. Where are you going first? It'll be easier for me to prepare. Xiao Changtian asked. Under his bed was the big drum that had transmigrated with him in his previous life. It was a good time to try it out in the next few days. Battle? The Great Sun Immortal was stunned. They had formed an alliance just to avoid being attacked. They had never thought of fighting. Perfected Qing Yun hurriedly said, the four symbols region, the nearest four symbols region. Four symbol regions? Xiao Changtian picked up the map and looked at it. The four symbol region was at the bottom right of the map, which was the closest to the five region. Inform me when the time is up, Xiao Changtian said directly. Good. Perfected De Yang and Perfected Qing Yun nodded. 2 hours later. After drinking tea and reporting their work, Perfected De Yang and Perfected Qing Yun walked out of the small courtyard with joy on their faces. With the support of the seniors, wouldn't it be easy? The two of them were overjoyed and returned to the Great Sun Sect to spread the news. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian gathered his disciples. You guys should also prepare for the upcoming battle. Although we are mortals, we still have to contribute our strength. Yi Fan, you're in charge of the logistics of the alliance. Miao Shou, you are in charge of treating the simple injuries of the cultivators and assisting the alchemists. Bai Chen, Wu Jing, the two of you have talent in cultivation and can use the sword. Since your cultivation has made some progress, you can train at the edge of the battlefield and clean up some small fish and prawns. Tai Bai, you're about to become a father, so you'll be in charge of intelligence work. Don't get involved in dangerous situations. As for Daji and Ruomiao, the two of you will follow me. Fu Tian, you are full of energy, so you serve tea and water to the cultivators. If any cultivator is tired, you massage their shoulders and legs. We are the ones being protected, but we can't just sit there and do nothing. In front of us, Taoist Big Sun and the others are fighting for us, so we have to contribute our strength. End quote. Do you understand? Xiao Changtian said solemnly. Although he was a mortal who was harmed by the system, as a member of the flower family in his previous life, the passion, righteousness, and fearlessness of the flower family still infected him. It did not weaken with the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. There was no man who wasn't hot-blooded. Even as a mortal, as an ordinary person, he had to contribute his strength. He could not remain indifferent and hide behind heroes like the immortal of Great Sun. Yes, sir. Yi Fan and the others saw the seriousness in Xiao Changtian's expression and replied in unison. All right, you can go and prepare yourselves. Jiao, let's go inside. Xiao Changtian called Mu Jiahuang and was about to take out the big drum under the bed. Yes. Mu Jiahuang followed him into the house. The two of them called out and carried the big drum out. It was a Xianhua drum. The drum was engraved with the black tortoise, qilin, phoenix, white tiger, azure dragon, and other divine dragons. All of them were carved in gold and looked lifelike. It was extremely intimidating. The edges were inlaid with the pearls of 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple were shining brightly. The surface of the drum was like a bright mirror, shining brightly. The zoo curator had spent a lot of money to buy it, but it was later abandoned and became his. Green-haired turtle, look at the black tortoise on top of you. How impressive is it? Look at you, you're so ugly. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. This green-furred turtle was doing nothing but work every day, while he was serving him well every day. He was even happier than he was. If it wasn't for the path of invincibility, he would have chopped the green-haired turtle up and made soup. Turtle soup was a great tonic. Puff, puff, puff. In the pond, the green-haired turtle didn't dare to speak. It dived into the water and kept blowing bubbles. For symbol regions. The group of Motherf * eking human kings, the monster race's monarch, the oceanic race's monarch, and the demon race's monarch who had just crawled out of the ground were all listening to the Heaven Queen, the monster emperor, and the demon monarch's lecture. In these 3 days, everyone will recuperate and recover their strength to the peak. There is an expert in the 5-region domain. We are going to fight a tough battle. We'll take down the 5 regions and merge the 4 regions to restore the original Tianyuan continent. We'll have a god monarch to guide us and ascend to the divine realm. The Heaven Queen said coldly. When the great emperors heard the word ascendance, their faces revealed looks of surprise. That was the lifelong pursuit of every great emperor. Fight. Fight. Quote, fight. The shouts of the group of great emperors caused the surface of the sea to tremble. The skull-masked man sat cross-legged in the dark chamber. A black rusty short sword floated around him. His realm seemed to be rising continuously. 10-mile sword, after so many years, we will be fighting together again. This time, when we take down the 5 region, the Tianyuan continent will be united and will have great luck. That skeleton god will definitely come down to snatch it. At that time, it will be our chance. The skeletal man said indifferently. The broken and rusty short sword seemed to be resonating and trembling. Chapter 189, Chapter 189. Playing in the Sky, Xiao Longnu pushed to the ground. Under sky. Chapter 189. Playing in the sky, Xiao Longnu pushed to the ground. I. Night fell. Snoring sounds came from Xiao Chongqian's room. A rustling sound came from Yi Fan's room. Li Taibai's room was relatively quiet. As for Lin Ruomiao, she was still cultivating the sky blade with the dagger in her hand. In her room, countless blade shadows seemed to be cutting through space. In the courtyard, the green-haired turtle finally surfaced. "Ha, ugly turtle, you were beaten up by Master, right?" Phoenix puffed out her chest and stared at the turtle in the pond, gloating. "Humph, Phoenix, one don't have time for you right now." The turtle rolled his eyes. He was in a bad mood. If Phoenix dared to mock him again, he would definitely fight with her. The golden arowana turned over and straightened its body. "All right, Phoenix. Do you want to be beaten up if you wake Master up later?" After being reminded by the golden arowana, Phoenix shivered and quickly returned to the chicken coop. "Fatty, let's go out and relax." Black Tortoise flew to the head of Rongrong. "Sob, sob." Fatty Rongrong nodded, flying out with Black Tortoise. As for Alpha, he was still studying chess on the ground. Monkey scratched his head and felt a little bored. He shot out from the bamboo forest and flew out as well, sitting on the shell of the green-haired turtle. "Damned monkey, you dare to ride on this sea king's body? Are you courting death?" The Black Tortoise was furious. A huge black tortoise Dharma idol instantly appeared in the void. Monkey scratched his head, revealing a smile, coming down from the turtle shell, squeezing the green-haired turtle to the side, one on the left and the other on the right of Fatty Rongrong's head. "The Tianyuan continent isn't fun at all." Monkey raised his middle finger and pointed at the sky. "Heaven." Fatty Rongrong was startled. "It's not impossible, there are more beautiful ladies up there, it'll help me regain my confidence, hee hee." The old dirty turtle smiled again. "Let's do it this way." Monkey nodded and reached his paw into his ear. A silver needle-like object appeared. "Watch me poke a hole in you." Monkey grabbed the silver needle and aimed it at a certain place in the sky. Fatty Rongrong looked puzzled. "What can I do?" What do you know?" Monkey chuckled. He stroked the silver needle with his hand. As he stroked it, the silver needle became bigger and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had already become a sky-high spider pillar. The monkey grabbed the sky-supporting pillar with both hands and stabbed it into a certain spot in the void. Boom! In the void, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to have been sensed. Tens of thousands of lightning tribulations began to appear and were about to strike down. "Go to hell." The turtle slapped him. A green light flew out leisurely. However, this green light seemed to be a supreme law. The lightning tribulation in the sky collapsed in an instant. "Damn Fatty," charged towards that crack. Monkey patted Fatty Rongrong's head. Boss Black Tortoise, he scolded me. I'm an iron eater. I'm fat. I'm not a fatty." Fatty Rongrong said aggrievedly. "All right, you charge up first. Once you get up there, I'll teach this damn monkey a lesson for you." The turtle rubbed Fatty Rongrong's head, a green light descending, enveloping Fatty Rongrong's entire body. "Hee hee, thank you, boss." Fatty Rongrong was delighted, her figure dashing towards the gap in the void. In an instant, Fatty Rongrong charged in with the green-haired turtle and monkey. "Who is it?" In the immortal world, in a valley, two cultivators were hurrying on their way. Suddenly, they saw a black shadow flying over with a vigilant expression. "Senior brother, look carefully." What was that thing that just flew over? The woman in the light yellow dress frowned and asked. Upon closer inspection, the woman was tall and slender, with proper facial features. Most importantly, her peaks were like waves, making one's imagination run wild and unable to grasp them. "It seems to be a monster?" "Junior sister, let's run. Don't worry about this. The people from Black Knight sect are coming," Senior brother Long Ming said. Xiao Longnu nodded, and the two of them disappeared into the forest. The two of them were the Holy Maiden and eldest senior brother of the Sunluo Immortal Continent's White Dragon clan. In the current Sunluo Immortal Continent, the dragon race had declined. Even their patriarch, Long Outyen, had gone into hiding after being severely injured by a divine lord. Now, a mere flood dragon race dared to bully their dragon race. The young master of the Black Flood Dragon sect even tried to get his hands on Xiaolongnu. Helpless, the vice clan leader Long Zhantian could only let her escape. Not far away, the dragon race was chasing after them. There were hundreds of them, and each of them emitted a powerful aura that was extremely mysterious. They can't have gone far. One of the elders raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Then he took out a crystal ball. The image of Xiaolongnu and Long Ming appeared on the crystal ball. Hee, the two of them are heading towards Skybreaking Peak. We'll head there directly. The elder sneered and stuck out his snake tongue. Elder, how did you do this? The dragon race disciple beside him asked in confusion. If he could find someone with just a crystal ball, then wouldn't he be the one plucking the radish on the bed? It's naturally something that the young master left behind. We'll just slowly head over and not ruin the young master's plans. The elder laughed sinisterly. Young master? The servant next to him was slightly stunned, but then he reacted. Elder, do you mean that Long Ming is young master in disguise? The servant asked. Of course. All right, let's move forward slowly. Don't ruin young master's plans. Understanding the crux of the matter, the disciple nodded in disappointment. Young master sure knows how to play. The night is dark and the wind is high. A man and a woman are alone. He. On the other side, Xiaolongnu and Long Ming were running at high speed. However, Long Ming suddenly fell behind and shot 2 silver needles at Xiaolongnu's back. Xiaolongnu felt the pain and screamed, but her body could no longer move. Because of inertia, the beautiful divine item fell to the ground. Senior brother, what are you doing? Xiaolongnu frowned and asked in confusion. What? Of course I want to spend the night with you and have an in-depth conversation. Long Ming smiled lewdly. Then, he tore off his human skin mask and instantly became a different person. Snake blood, is that you? You're not my senior brother. Xiaolongnu was shocked, and a wave of fear surged in her heart. I'm not your senior brother, but I'm going to be your husband soon. Snake blood let out a sinister sneer and walked over. He grabbed Xiaolongnu's legs. At the same time, Fatty Rongrong was currently flying with 2 divine beasts on her back. Wait a minute. Black Tortoise grabbed Fatty Rongrong's ear, and the iron-eating beast stopped in time. What's wrong, damn turtle? There's a big demon in front of us. Go and have some fun. Monkey said impatiently. Go by yourself. What's so fun about a big demon? Fatty, let's go back. One really want to see a beautiful woman with great ambitions. This Sea King wants to conquer her quickly. Chapter 190. Junior sister, I'll block the old filthy turtle for you. Run. Chapter 190. Junior sister, I'll block the old filthy turtle for you. Run. I. Oh, no. Xiaolongnu's legs were grabbed. Snake blood immediately took off her shoes and socks. These legs are really beautiful. Snake blood caressed Xiaolongnu's feet lewdly. Itchy, so itchy. Don't scratch my foot. Xiaolongnu's feet were touched, and she let out a bell-like smile. Xiaolongnu, are you comfortable? I'll make you more comfortable. I'm very brave. Snake blood snickered evilly. He pointed out with his finger, and Xiaolongnu's outer clothing was torn apart, revealing her snow-white figure that could not be described. I won't let you off even if one become a ghost. Xiaolongnu gritted her teeth as 2 streams of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anger. Become a ghost? You're so smooth, I'll make you become an immortal in a while. Snake blood sneered and pounced at Xiaolongnu. Xiaolongnu could only close her eyes in despair. The 2 silver needles had completely sealed the true essence around her body. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't move at all. An extremely cold despair surged into her heart. Help! However, a trace of unwillingness still welled up in her heart. She could not help but shout, wanting to make a final call for help. Scream, scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks. Snake Blood was originally sneering, but a huge force slapped the back of his head. Snake Blood was hit hard and rolled away. Junior Sister Feng, get up quickly. Long Ming followed behind them. He broke free from the Snake Blood and quietly followed behind the elders of Black Knight sect. He took the opportunity to sneak over when the elders let down their guard. Long Ming helped Xiao Longnu up and forced the 2 silver needles out of her body. Then, he took out a piece of clothing and put it on Xiao Longnu. Junior sister, quickly follow me. Long Ming brought Xiao Longnu and was about to leave. However, Snake Blood would not let them off so easily. Although he was heavily injured by Long Ming and was lying on the ground, he still crushed the jade token in his hand. Young Master has been born. When the elders on the periphery received the message, their expressions instantly changed. Their figures flashed as they rushed over to Snake Blood. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, the elders and disciples of Black Knight sect instantly descended. They formed a huge circle and surrounded Long Ming and Xiao Longnu. Young Master. The elder helped Snake Blood up. You dare to sneak attack me? Hit him. Beat him to death. Snake Blood spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed angrily. The Black Knight sect disciple beside him grabbed Long Ming and pressed him to the ground to beat him up. Long Ming let out a shrill cry from the beating. In just a few seconds, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Although the dragon race had a strong body, the Black Knight sect disciples all had profound realms and powerful cultivation bases. Senior brother. Xiao Longnu wanted to go up and help when she saw Long Ming being beaten up. However, it was blocked by the Snake Blood. Xiao Longnu, if you don't want that idiot Long Ming to die here today, then serve me to my heart's content. Otherwise, I'll let Long Ming know what it means to live a life worse than death. Snake Blood sneered as he stared at Xiao Longnu with a pair of lewd eyes. Xiao Longnu bit her lips, her face filled with shame and anger. Hit him harder. Snake Blood sneered. Yes, young master. The disciples of Black Knight sect nodded and worked even harder. Long Ming's pained screams sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Longnu heard Long Ming scream and bit her lips helplessly. Then let's settle this in the wild. Snake Blood laughed and waved his hand, signaling the elder of Black Knight sect to take Long Ming away. Yes. The elder of Black Knight sect brought Long Ming down. The Snake Blood forced the little dragon girl into a corner. A faint evil light burst out from his eyes. He could not hold it in any longer. He immediately turned into a divine beast and was about to grab Xiao Longnu's neck. Xiao Longnu could only close her eyes and quietly wait for the tragic fate that was about to come. However, in the next moment, a ray of green light shot over. Bang! The snake's blood rolled out like a cannonball, hitting the mountain beside him. His entire body pierced through the mountain cave, creating a human-shaped tunnel. After that, Snake Blood died. Damn it, someone actually dares to use force on the beauty that this Sea King has taken a fancy to? This Sea King always conquers the heart of a beauty first, understand? The turtle cursed. Luckily he had come. If he had been a step late, the beauty would have been defiled by this scumbag. Boss, this is a scumbag. How can he compare to you, Sea King? Fatty Rongrong praised. Not bad, Fatty. You're very sensible. The turtle rubbed the fat Rongrong's head. Sob, sob. Fatty Rongrong happily nodded. What is it? Where's young master? The elders and disciples of the Black Knight sect heard the loud noise and hurriedly ran back. However, all he could see was a cold corpse. Young master is dead. The Black Knight sect elder was shocked. That's right, This Shah actually dared to bully the beauty that this sea king has taken a fancy to. He's courting death, the turtle said angrily. You ugly turtle, you dare to kill our young master just because you have a little cultivation? The Black Knight sect elder shouted, and the divine empress, huge serpent phantom appeared. Her entire body leaned forward 45 degrees, and a huge hurricane erupted around her. He was furious and charged at the turtle. Tisk, that's it. My boss doesn't even need to do anything. One thought the people from the upper realm were more powerful. Fatty Rong Rong disdainfully raised her middle finger, then slapped him. Pa! The elder of Black Knight sect was directly slammed into the ground. As for the remaining Black Knight sect disciples, when they saw this scene, they cried out in horror, "Run!" They threw down the dragon sea in their hands and fled instantly. But how could Fatty Rong Rong let them run? Phew! Only to see Fatty Rong Rong opening her bloody mouth, revealing those bright white teeth like sharp swords, instantly swallowing the Black Knight sect disciple. Bah, it's not delicious? Fatty Rong Rong ridiculed. The dirty old turtle didn't care about this. He stared at Xiao Longnu with a lecherous look and picked a wildflower. Beauty, shall we admire the moon together tonight? Reward, moonlight. Xiao Longnu was shocked. She looked at the ugly old turtle in front of her and felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that he had escaped the snake's blood, but would eventually be eaten by an old dirty turtle? Xiao Longnu fell into despair once again. Junior sister, run quickly. I'll block the old dirty turtle for you. Long Ming struggled to get up from the ground and stood in front of Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu was helpless. She nodded with tears in her eyes and fled in a hurry. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Lower Realm, Small Courtyard. Senior. Chapter 191, Lower Realm, Small Courtyard. Senior. Ancestral Dragon. What are you doing? The turtle asked curiously as he looked at Long Ming, who was blocking his way. He just wanted to invite Xiao Longnu to look at the moon with him. Why would a beauty run away? Don't even think about touching my junior sister. Even if I die today, I'll stop you. As Long Ming spoke, he began to burn his blood essence. A white, angry dragon phantom slowly appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. What's wrong? This time, without waiting for the turtle to act, the fat Rong Rong directly slapped Long Ming unconscious, then lifted him in her hand. Go after him, the turtle said. Yes, boss. Fatty Rong Rong hurriedly moved all her primeval essence, madly chasing. What? He caught up so quickly. Xiao Longnu's face was filled with shock, and her face turned pale. What should we do? What should he do? Am one going to fall into the hands of the turtle? Xiao Longnu was extremely anxious. Suddenly, she seemed to see a crack appear in front of her, and traces of spiritual energy seeped out from the crack. Is that the crack that leads to the lower realm? Xiao Longnu was shocked. The world crack was usually protected by the law of lightning. What was going on? While Xiao Longnu was bewildered, Rong Rong and old filthy turtle caught up. Beauty, this sea king invites you to look at the moon. The turtle said loudly while chewing on the wildflower. I don't care. Even if I have the lightning of laws, I'll die. Even if I die, I can't fall into the hands of this dirty old turtle. Xiao Longnu's expression changed. She bit her pink lips and jumped into the world rift. However, in the next moment, she realized that the lightning of laws did not appear at all. She had successfully come to the lower realm from the upper realm. That's great. Xiao Longnu landed right outside of Daong town. Why do I feel that there's the aura of a dragon expert in this town? This is great. Xiao Longnu was overjoyed and ran into Daong town. As for Fatty Rong Rong and the old dirty turtle, the two stopped in front of the crack. Boss, we just came up. Are we going back? Fatty Rong Rong didn't want to go back. He found that the people of the upper realm didn't seem to be strong. Go back. How can a mere upper realm be more important than this sea king picking up girls? The old dirty turtle said directly. Yes. Fatty Rongrong helplessly nodded, aggrieved like a 200-gene big fatty. As Xiao Longnu ran, she felt an increasingly powerful dragon aura pressure. That pressure made her tremble. However, in order to survive and not be tainted by the dirty old turtle, she could only run crazily towards the courtyard. Strange, why is there a senior from the dragon race in the lower realm? Xiao Longnu was puzzled. As she burned her blood essence and started running, she soon arrived in front of the small courtyard. Who is it? When they saw Xiao Longnu, Emotiongu, Xingtianzi, Gan Tianlei, and Yin Jiangyun, their faces turned cold. The woman in front of them was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made them tremble. However, when they thought about how their senior was sleeping, the four of them became determined. They looked at each other and then cast an array formation. In an instant, they turned into 4 afterimages and surrounded Xiao Longnu in the middle. Then, 4 huge pillars of light appeared. Xiao Longnu immediately felt the power around her freeze and she could no longer use it. What happened? While Xiao Longnu was bewildered, Yin Jiangyun took out the rope Xiao Changtian gave her and tied Xiao Longnu up. You guys, Xiao Longnu was extremely shocked. These mere ants from the lower realm had actually trapped her. Tell me who sent you. If you don't tell me, my fists are not to be trifled with. Gan Tunlei rolled up his sleeves and threatened. Men and women were equal to him. As long as it was a martial monarch realm expert who dared to disturb a senior's rest, he should be beaten. If you don't speak, you're asking for a beating. Gan Tianlei looked at the little dragon girl in front of him and didn't say anything. He punched out with both fists. Xiao Longnu's face fell into despair for the 3rd time. She did not expect that she would not die in the upper realm, but in the lower realm. Could it be that the heavens really want to end our dragon race? Xiao Longnu screamed helplessly in her heart. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. What are you doing? Just as Gan Tianlei was about to act, Fatty Rongrong flew back with the old dirty turtle. Senior Black Tortoise? Gan Tianlei was shocked and quickly went forward to greet him. She's the woman I like. What do you want? The turtle stared at Gan Tianlei coldly. Being stared at by the dirty old turtle, Gan Tianlei felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. I'll untie you, I'll untie you. Gan Tianlei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He quickly removed the formation and walked to Xiao Longnu to untie her. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Senior Black Tortoise had taken a fancy to you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Gan Tianlei hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao Longnu opened her eyes and was dumbfounded. What was going on? Also, what did he just hear? Black Tortoise. Divine Beast Black Tortoise? Beauty, one only invited you to admire the moon. Do you have to go to such an extent? Fine, since you're here, you should go in and pay your respects to your dragon ancestor first. The turtle smacked his lips. Dragon ancestor? Xiao Longnu was even more stunned. What was going on? First, it was the old dirty turtle chasing after him, then it was the black tortoise, and then there was the extremely terrifying dragon aura in the small courtyard. Come in, but be light in your footsteps. In the pond, the golden arowana straightened its body and transmitted a message to Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu was shocked. An extremely thick dragon aura descended, causing her soul to tremble. She tiptoed into the courtyard. Senior, where are you? Xiao Longnu was looking around but did not find any real dragons. However, in the next moment, her gaze landed on the golden arowana in the pool. Roar! In her sea of consciousness, there was a giant dragon that was emitting a supreme golden light. It was soaring in the 9 heavens. Its body was unknown. Just its pair of dragon horns seemed to cover the entire universe and billions of galaxies. It was a giant dragon with extreme pressure. A single beard of the dragon was as terrifying as 10 billion planets. Ancestral dragon. Xiao Longnu knelt down in front of the vast aura. It was a terrifying true dragon that she had seen before. Even the few in the ancestral hall of the dragon clan were far inferior to the golden dragon in front of him. The golden dragon's aura seemed to be the origin of the great Tao. It allowed her to bathe in the golden light. The injuries and fatigue in her body from before completely disappeared. In fact, because of the additional wisps of golden light in her dantian, the realm that she had been unable to break through previously shattered with a crack. Her aura had risen from a low-level deity to a high-level deity. "Greetings, ancestral dragon," Xiao Longnu said excitedly. Chapter 192 Chapter 192. Fuck, what expert is this? Underscore. Chapter 192. Fuck, what expert is this? Underscore I. Ancestral dragon? Ha. The golden dragon chuckled. How could a low-level existence like the ancestral dragon compare to him? However, Xiao Longnu was only his junior, so he didn't mind. "You're from the immortal world. Why did you come to the lower realm?" the ancestral dragon asked. Then, a wisp of golden light pierced into Xiao Longnu's divine sense. From the defeat of the clan leader Long Outyen, his disappearance, to the snake blood, to the front of the small courtyard, the golden dragon knew everything. The younger generation of the dragon clan is simply becoming more and more disappointing. He was actually bullied by the serpent clan. The golden dragon roared in anger. Its terrifying aura frightened Xiao Longnu so much that she fell to the ground and did not dare to move. "Come on, stinky fish, don't scare the woman that the Sea King likes." At this moment, the green-haired turtle crawled in and neutralized the golden dragon's aura. Xiao Longnu finally felt the pressure around her relax. Just as she raised her head, she was instantly dumbfounded. She saw a huge Xuanwu phantom that was as tall as the sky. No, its body was even taller than the sky. It was not inferior to the golden dragon. The black tortoise's 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky, and endless seawater surged around it. 2 powerful auras appeared in front of her just like that. Xian. Black tortoise. Xiao Longnu's heart trembled and she fainted. "Fine, my woman fainted. I can only invite her to admire the moon tomorrow night," the old dirty turtle said helplessly. "Sigh, one didn't expect my dragon clan's junior to actually decline to this extent." The golden arowana sighed, and the giant golden dragon disappeared. Long Ming and Xiao Longnu lay on the ground. As for Long Ming's injuries, they were slowly disappearing. The next day, early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiao Changtian's face, and he woke up. Comfortable. Get up and take a walk. Knowing that the great sun immortal had formed an alliance, Xiao Changtian had nothing to worry about. However, just as he put on his clothes and walked out of the room, he saw Long Ming and the little dragon fish lying on the ground. Fuck. Living or dead? Xiao Changtian's face revealed a puzzled expression. This shouldn't be the case. The 4 guards were still guarding outside the courtyard. "Senior, these 2 are... It's the disaster victims from our hometown who came to seek refuge, so let me in." Gan Tianlei glanced at Black Tortoise and reported to Xiao Changtian. "I see." Xiao Changtian nodded. Hearing Xiao Changtian and Xiao Longnu's voices, Long Ming and Xiao Longnu slowly woke up. "Where is this place?" Long Ming was unconscious last night and knew nothing about this place. However, Xiao Longnu knew very well that this was the place where the ancestral dragon resided, and there was also the black tortoise. "Where are you guys from? What disaster did your hometown suffer? Why are you here in Dayang Town? Are you planning to join me?" Xiao Changtian asked curiously when he saw the 2 of them wake up. Long Ming sized Xiao Changtian up. A mortal? She actually dared to talk to him like that? His hometown had suffered a disaster. The dignified dragon clan was actually humiliated like this. They could not tolerate it. Long Ming's face was filled with anger, and he was about to fly into a rage. However, all of a sudden, an extremely terrifying aura descended on his head. With a thud, he knelt down. "Yes," Long Ming said. At that moment, Long Ming saw the golden dragon, and the golden dragon told him everything. Seeing this, Xiao Longnu quickly knelt down because she knew that Long Ming must have knelt down because of the ancestral dragon. As expected, just as she was guessing, the golden arowana's voice sounded in her sea of consciousness. This is my master. By following and serving my master, the dragon race will naturally obtain a good fortune. Hearing the golden dragon's heavy voice, Xiao Longnu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The master of the ancestral dragon. Oh my God, I can't even imagine it. What kind of expert was this? Senior, our hometown was attacked by a group of bandits. Now, our clansmen are in deep trouble. We have no choice but to come here. Xiao Longnu knelt on the ground and started kowtowing. When Long Ming saw this, he quickly followed suit and kowtowed. To be able to meet such an expert, it was Long Ming's blessing, his junior sister's blessing, and the fate of the entire dragon clan. So miserable? Xiao Changqian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The bandits attacked, and the clansmen were in danger. It was not easy for these two siblings to run so far. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slept in the courtyard. It must be because she was too tired. You can stay with me, but I think it's better for you to go home. Xiao Changtian continued. As more and more disciples came, his small courtyard was no longer big enough. Senior, we will die if we go back. Please take us in. Senior, the two of us can do anything. Senior, please take us in. Don't chase us away. Long Ming and Xiao Longnu knelt on the ground and begged. You've misunderstood. We're not chasing you away. We're just looking for an expert to help you eliminate the bandits. Xiao Changtian explained. Kill the bandits, exterminate. Long Ming and Xiao Longnu were stunned. Was Senior going to take action personally? You guys eat first. Jiu cook, Xiao Changtian shouted. Divine Realm. Sinluo Immortal Continent, Wang Baking. The Black Knight sect was located here, and waves of sinister and terrifying aura floated out. Outside the sect, there were black, yellow, green, mottled, golden rings, silver rings, king cobra. Countless snakes were wandering around, and ordinary people did not dare to approach them. In the sky above the sect, a huge black serpent shadow was hovering, symbolizing the Black Knight sect. In the hall, a middle-aged man was spitting out his tongue like a silver snake. His aura was cold. It was the Black Knight sect's sect master, Shibai Emperor. All of a sudden, a soul jade plate behind him shattered and emitted a soft sound. Kacha! A wisp of his soul flew out and disappeared in an instant. Blood! Shibai Emperor opened his eyes and let out a shocked roar. In an instant, the aura around his body erupted and soared into the clouds. The entire Black Knight sect shook violently. Investigate. Find out who killed Xuan. One want to avenge him personally. No matter who it is, one will kill you. Snake Emperor roared. Yes, sir. A servant at the side trembled and hurriedly passed on the order. On the other side, Monkey wandered aimlessly in the divine world alone. Filthy old turtle, ugly turtle, you're not playing with me? Monkey said in boredom until he discovered a group of monkeys squatting in front of a waterfall. He did not know what they were looking at, but it seemed that there was something behind the waterfall. Hee hee, let's go play with the monkeys. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.